The top four in Korea are locked and loaded as we get ready for day 2 of Overwatch Champions Series Korea playoffs. I'm here with Leg Day back in action to get to seeing what T1, Zeta, All Gamers Global, and Crazy Raccoon can do after yesterday's elimination of Onside Gaming and Team Falcons.
Yeah, it seems like we're in unprecedented territory for the post-Overwatch League era of Overwatch Esports, that somehow Team Falcons are not here in day 2 of the playoffs. Truly, we are experiencing seismic shifts in the power rankings of Korea at the moment, and therefore, the world.
Yeah, this is now a situation that is a little bit unprecedented in Korea playoffs. We have not had a team that has previously won an event like this between either Crazy Raccoon or Falcons to be knocked out in the quarterfinals in the 5th, 6th position, where unfortunately they're not going to be able to qualify into the mid-season clash through the Korea part, though they can still go through the global LCQ, which now Falcons are going to have to go through, and perhaps even Onside Gaming. That will be a decision that will be left up to them. But as far as semifinals goes, every single team here, with the exception of Crazy Raccoon, who have already pre-qualified into the mid-season championship, between All Gamers Global, Zeta, and T1, only 2 of these teams can still qualify by winning today.
And if my history is not wrong, this would be like one of the first majors for both Zeta Division, who I think went to EWC last year. But All Gamers Global, previously competing underway, they haven't had some huge major appearances. It's usually obviously represented Korea. We've had Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, so this would be kind of unprecedented territory for new representation coming from Korea onto a world stage to beat everybody else, of course.
Yeah, and a rematch from our seeding decider matches as well. T1 taking on Zeta again, All Gamers Global taking on Crazy Raccoon. Obviously, seeding decider matches was a full-on round robin. Everyone played everyone. As a recap of how those results went, T1 ended up beating Zeta 3-1. And this was actually in the most recent seeding decider game on the Sunday, on the day 3 of that week. And All Gamers Global took down Crazy Raccoon in a 3-0. And we had questions. Is this Crazy Raccoon squad, are they just taking it a little bit easy because they know they've already qualified? Or are they in a bit of a slump at the moment? Maybe not a great read on the meta. Maybe not a good grasp on the meta. We kind of got a bit of a clue on that yesterday in the Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons game, where it did look a little bit rough. He was taking a look at those results from yesterday. First to 4, BO7s the entire way through. Zeta 4 at Onside Gaming. Probably no surprises there. Crazy Raccoon do beat Team Falcons, taking a couple of map losses in there, but I don't think either team looked particularly amazing. Both teams had their share of struggles.
Yeah, but they were... I can't believe we described this way, but Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons, they were having a bit of a mid-off over there in their best of 7. Like, obviously, both teams are incredibly skilled, but just not reaching the heights that we so commonly attribute to these two squads. For All Gamers Global, going up against Crazy Raccoon again, they're going to be hoping to replicate the 0-3 score lineup. This time, it would have to be 0-4. Crazy Raccoon, if you remember last time, Avril, back in the Stage 1, they also had a really bad kind of like seeding matchup as well. They came in, I believe, 3rd seed out of 4, potentially, after a really rough seeding bracket. So sometimes they recover well from that. Sometimes, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and this is now a top 4 as well, where for AGG, this core of way that you mentioned from last stage, the furthest they have ever made it in a playoff scenario, whether that be for Korea playoffs or for Asia playoffs or the Asia main event, they've not made it past top 4. Top 4 is kind of where they land. Top 4 is where they end up finishing. They always end up losing to one of our, more favorite teams, whether that be Falcons, whether that be Crazy Raccoons, whether that be even Zeta Division. We'll see how they do later on. First up, it's going to be T1.
Yeah, this is the team of the season, some would say, here in Stage 2. What a glow-up we've had from Team T1. Adding Skew to this roster has been a remarkable glow-up, and it certainly has been reflected in their results, exiting the group stage 6-2 in 3rd place.
Yeah, a team that last stage didn't even make the Asia main event, unfortunately. Just didn't quite finish where they wanted to. Lost out to Way, now known as AGG, in the quarterfinals. They essentially exited in the same part of the tournament that Falcons did yesterday, which means couldn't break the top 4, couldn't break the main event. This time, they're secure in the top 4. They come in as first seed into the playoffs, and meeting them now, their opponent, Zeta Division, who took out Onside 4-0 yesterday.
Yeah, looking fairly strong, not tripping up against Onside. Zeta Division in the post-Viola era. You could even describe the entirety of Overwatch Esports now as potentially almost in its post-Viola era, seemingly recovering fairly well with Alpha Yi's role swap over onto that main support.
Zeta Division themselves, a team that last stage went to the grand finals in Korea Stage 1. They took on Crazy Raccoon, lost that one 2-4. Crazy Raccoon not to be beaten. Saw an interview yesterday with Flora after beating Onside Gaming. It's not enough for them just to qualify to EWC, the Mid-Season Championship. They want to take it all the way. They want to finally win first place, something that's eluded them every single time. But for T1, so far, this is the furthest they've ever gone.
Yeah. New heights for T1. I believe one of the partner teams in Korea. Valor isn't quite with me on that one. But Proud and Zest, like, I'm not going to lie, behind the scenes, Avril's been a bit of a Proud merchant to me previously. Hyping up that hit scan, if I remember correctly. I haven't seen those performances yet, because I haven't kept up with the regular season as much. In the playoffs, T1 haven't been delivering as hard, but this time around, it seems like it's certainly the Proud town. It's Proud times. Zeta Division on the other side, no longer rotating that projectile DPS between Pelican and Flora. It's full-time Pelican, baby, as Alpha Yi is now just in the Violet slot.
He's in the Violet slot in more ways than one, if you watched yesterday's games, and well, you know what I mean if you watch yesterday's games. But that's not to speak ill of Alpha Yi. To be honest, he's actually been very, very stable. This team had a lot of question marks coming into Stage 2. Is Alpha Yi going to be able to adequately fill in that position? Well, I think he mostly has. Let's go over towards the coaching staff, though, for our pre-match interview to see what Moby Dick and Rush have to say.
Going to be getting some translations provided by WDG here as we find our insights from the coaches. Of course, this is a very high-stakes tournament for both of these teams. They really would love to appear in those majors, especially for T1 after being a partner team for so long and never quite making it to the high heights that we expect of a really prestigious organization in esports.
그만큼 걸린 게 많기 때문에 오늘 경기에 대한 우승 열망 두 팀 모두 대단할 것 같은데요. 오늘 경기 키포인트 동학 선수와 베르나르 선수를 뽑는 사람들이 굉장히 많아요. 뜨거운 두 선수의 앞라인 싸움을 기대가 되는데요. 양 팀 감독님들이 생각하시는 동학 선수와 베르나르 선수 어떤 선수일까요?
동학 선수는 보이는 그대로 그냥 뒤가 없어요.
네.
네, 들어가는 걸 좋아하고 굉장히 싸우고 싶어합니다.
Question here, directed to Rush first, is what do you think about each team's tank player? So looking here at Bernard versus Donghak. Bernard's kind of been that guy for a while now.
Rush says Donghak is reckless. Very short.
Wait, maybe stealing Shio's notes.
This message sponsored by Cheer Nation.
But they are rising up, but still going. Mill on the other side, Zeta's coach says they think Bernard's role is very big. I'd agree. The Bernard Orisa dominance, not to be underestimated.
더욱더 깨부수고 싶을 거란 말이죠. 오늘 흔들리지 않는 모습 보여주실 텐데 제타 디비전을 상대로 우리 팀이 우위를 가져갈 수 있는 멘탈적 강점.
At this stage, we're not expecting Farmer to come on in the secondary tank for Zeta Division. Very much an off-tank meta, very much a Bernard meta.
선수들이 지금 자신감이 굉장히
Secondary question: what are the team strengths against the opposing team?
이길 수 있다라는 마인드가 있기 때문에 그런 강점이 있는 것 같습니다.
무조건 이길 거다라는 멘탈이
Rush answering that the players have great confidence and they think they'll definitely win. I mean, I think I'd be pretty confident if I was T1 on this kind of resurgence. Going up against Zeta Division, they have won previously in the seeding games.
We'll see if they can make it past the maybe curse of the first seed from seeding decided matches, as previously in Korea, a lot of first seed teams coming out of seeding decided matches, including Crazy Raccoon in the past, have not been able to win because of it. With T1 looking like the strongest team going into this playoffs, a lot to work towards.
현재 선수들은 지금 아까 이야기를 해봤을 때는 긴장감을 혹은 또 부담감을 느끼고 있지는 않은 것 같아요. 현재 지금 상황을 되게 즐기고 있는 것 같고.
Oh, a new question for Moby Dick here. Zeta, aren't you nervous about playing against T1?
네, 원코인을 더 받을 수 있는데 왜 우리를 뽑았나? 오늘 한번 뽑은 거 제대로 후회하게 해주겠다. 한번 높은 데서 제대로 한번 떨어져 봐라. 이 마인드로 지금 경기를 임하고 있습니다.
그렇군요. 자, 그렇다면 우리 팀 선수들에게 모비디 코치님 실제 말투로 응원 한번 보내주시죠.
제가 부산 사람인데 그러면 원래 사투리로 얘들아, 그 어머니가 지금 우리 경기 보러 오셨는데
Mobidic asserts that they are enjoying the game without being nervous, and they're not at all afraid against CR. So maybe they're thinking that they face Crazy Raccoon in the finals. We're already looking forward to that.
이런 건 줘도 되고 경기를 이기겠습니다.
자, 이런 건 줘도 된다.
Well, they have lost a lot to Crazy Raccoon in the past, but
아, 이렇게 첫 번째 인터뷰부터
first up they'll have to take down T1. I wonder if they're afraid of T1 at all. They did lose to T1 in the seeding decider. There it is. Between Moby Dick and Rush getting things underway, as Rush finished off by saying, let's do our best. That's what we're hoping for today. Some of the best to come on through. As Ilios starting out, picked by T1 as the highest seed. Do note that also Zeta Division was the team selected by T1 in this matchup as well. It's how it works, is T1 coming out of seeding decider matches in first seed means they get the added benefit of not only being seeded directly into semifinals, but they get to choose their opponent from the quarterfinals, and they chose Zeta.
Yeah, that was an interesting pick. Zeta, I believe the choices were what, Zeta or Crazy Raccoon?
Yeah.
And maybe sending Crazy Raccoon down to AGG, knowing that All Gamers Global managed to 3-0 them during the seed decider. I was like, you know what, we're gonna make them relive that one for a little bit, and possibly feeling that even though like maybe there's a higher roster pedigree on Zeta, but there's a quiet confidence to T1 to take this opponent.
What's really interesting is looking back at the rematch, which only happened, well, the match that we talked about last week, the seed decided match. This is now the rematch. 3-1 result to Zeta Division. We get Ilios, New Junk City, Watch Gibraltar into Runasapi. We start on the exact same map that we began on last week. It was a 2-0 win for T1 on that map. Fans were Diva and Ana. Dongak came out on the ball. So, question will be, are we going to be seeing much of the same come through again? Burner obviously going to be playing a lot of Orisa. A little bit of Symmetra play coming through from T1 as well. Symmetra is starting to really pick up in terms of meta, even for Korea. We saw a lot of that in AEU now, even in Korea, bringing in that sort of flavor for the meta. Pelican played a decent amount of that yesterday as well in the match versus Onside. So a lot to look forward to in terms of seeing whether they're going to repeat some of the same compositions that we saw last week.
Yeah, a lot of value from Symmetra going up against Orisa especially, who has very few mitigation options against the fully charged beam. Obviously, the best option in any of those cases is just to stomp on the Symmetra. If you just curb stomp her, she can't beam you. The Zeta fans in the crowd here at the WDG Arena. Plenty of support on the ground for all of these teams that may not be, as we said before, like they're not the standard Crazy Raccoons and Falcons on their run down here. I wonder if the Falcons fans still going to be turning up. We can expect that maybe Falcons are going to appear at LCQ. Here's our match preview. The chefs, they're cooking.
Yeah, I'm the mid-season championship Chef Dongag versus Chef Burner. Both got Orisa in there. I'm expecting maybe a little bit of ball stew coming through. And what ball that exactly is, I'll leave. No, it's a hamster actually. I'm just gonna say it right out loud. It's gonna be hamster. Maybe gonna see some ball. I don't think ball is that meta anymore. I think Dongak might be getting baited a little bit. That being said, he did play it last week on Ilios and he did win it against Burner and against Zeta Division. Burner ended up playing Hazard because Diva was banned. There was also a very curious Bapalari comp from T1 as well. So T1, another first ban. They can just go straight for the Diva, and they are. Go straight for Bernard's here. Will prevent him from playing one of his key dive tanks on the dive map.
Yep, shutting down Bernard's most mobile tank. And that also means that Zeta Division are not going to be able to ban a tank in their own right. So they cannot take the ball off the field. Baptiste is going to be the answer when it comes to a follow-up ban.
And I think maybe the Bat ban comes a little bit early, but at the same time, both teams do want to play this. Where Zeta's trying to angle this is they want to remove the ability for T1 to bring through something like a Bap Alari again. I'm still not fully convinced that Bap Alari is that good on Ilios, but due to the fact that T1 did beat Zeta with it last time around, maybe it's got some legs, but not this time because it's been banned away. Zeta don't want to take any chances. They'll get rid of the BAP now, and they'll probably end up playing their own BAP at some stage in the future maps. We are in for potentially a long one here. First to 4, it's a potential BO7, a lot of maps to get through, potential map reset in the map pool in the middle as well. We saw that yesterday between Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. Let's see if we get that today. T1 versus Zeta, first match of semifinals coming on screens right now.
The best in the world arrayed upon sunny shores and ready for many wars. The best of 7 Avril starts right now.
Let the tours begin. The T-Tours, the good kind that we're going to be looking at. It's Dongak back on the ball. Bernard starting straight away on towards the Hazard and no Orisa. Curiously enough, it's going to be Lucio Kiriko on for the Hazard dive version. A more standard analog for T1. Also with the Illari. Note that they can't play the back here, but they still want to play the Illari.
Yeah, getting that additional poke coming out. Donghak trying to set up an initial blast here. The Spike Guard's going to keep Bernard relatively safe for now. And oh my goodness, where did Skewed go? Actually just blasted back by the knockbacks and then blown up by a secondary bolt coming through from the Freya. Great target focus, but on the other side, Flora has been traded out, and Skewed's going to be coming back on the Lucio.
He's down here, Skewed back on the Lucio. Lucio and a little bit more flexible in terms of how a dive would normally look. I was saying perhaps the Illari without the BAP doesn't quite look like a completed backline. A lot riskier, very greedy. Don't have the same protection a BAP would give you. Again, it's going to be coming down to some of these hit scan battles we've been proud of for, but also where the ball's going to come through.
Flora already going down to their counterpart in Proud. And Mozesh is going to chase out for stragglers, and T1 start accruing percentage.
Yep. Waiting for first ultimate to come online. Neither of our 2 Freya players landing that bowler shot first. As we only got that one final blow from Proud.
Not to the air. Flora in a touch of danger, but Donghak should be chased out rather readily here. Meanwhile, Bernard's entry going to be a little bit roundly condemned by Zest.
So very far away from Kitsune Rush. Nano Boost not going to be there as well. Vigilante, slow days. They are getting percentage points. Proud first up. Ball shot. First ultimate of the game.
There's pressure coming through on the point. You better believe that Donghak is going to be responding to that rather quickly with Zest in tow. Looking in towards that back line. Proud is looking to try and get some damage in with those secondary bolts. A quick TP away coming through. That's going to be a bowler. Grabbing people in, but it seems like no final blows found off the back of this. Pelican, meanwhile, elsewhere, caught by Zest. Has a pulse bomb in the back pocket. So tightly together as everyone. Maybe this one to be knocked up by that power drive, but mostly avoided by Zeta Division. They're losing out on personnel. It seems like this might already be chalked, even with the Kitsune Rush having been invested.
There's just no punish here either. Zest doesn't go down. He survives on 1 HP. Finn to follow through from Vigilante's POV. And Alpha E is going to survive this one. Still, T1 in control. 75% now. Looking for that win. Zeta Division. Many members only coming up towards their first ultimate in what will be a final fight situation very soon.
Going to be an explosive final fight. Question is, can Zeta Division pick it up early? Now, continually boot. Donghak getting a touch bully. Manages to pick up the Mega on their way out. And the chase is not really going to be there as the minefield is going to make sure that any attempts to move on through are waylaid. Quick power driver knocks up Bernard. The damage isn't really there. And Alfie has to decide when to lay down this sound barrier. May need a little bit of additional sustainability. Boot to try and extend the cast time. But still everybody survives. There's the bowler heading through onto the counterpart of Proud. And suddenly Flora has started popping on off. Secondary bolts into the Wrecking Ball shut this down, and Zed Division find their first control.
The first few kills here as well, really. Not many members on T1 have gone down at this point. Donghak, I believe, still flawless. Hasn't guided just yet. No real punish for the ball. Can still win without killing the ball, as just shown from Zeta's position. However, it cost him a couple of good ultimates in there, namely a sound barrier. Traded for Skewed, of course. Nano up next. Who does this go on? Probably looking towards either Donghak or Proud, but unfortunately for this composition, no Premier and a Nano Boost targets.
Yeah. No free value to be had. Quick dash up into the sky for Proud. Takes himself up to a nice angle. And now gets Fernando. It's do or die for Bernard. And it looks like Fernando is going to continue doing. Holds that right click and stays alive when it's needed most. Heads into an arsenal area. Oh, the bowler though. Proud is absolutely pounding right now. Alfie and Bernard both caught up and captured. The bounty hunter's going to be bringing those in and going to keep the receipts. A bowler from beyond the grave. It's a posthumous celebration for Flora. But T1 are the ones celebrating.
It was 75 and counting before Zeta could even really get that flip. I mean, for T1, they won so many fights in a row. So few opportunities for Zeta Division to be able to even use these ultimates. One good fight coming through from them to be able to sound barrier in there for finding his moment, finding his opportunity to take down Proud and a little bit extra. And you see the follow-up coming on through. Nano Boost on to Proud as one of the two really viable targets. Still not an amazing Nano Boost, but when you put it on someone like Proud and you can actually land the shots, you are finding that damage onto Bernard, forcing him into the corner. Bowler shot will be able to land onto Bernard pretty cleanly, given that Bernard's got nowhere to go. He's in between his own wall and the side of the wall there on the actual map itself, and ends up collecting a double onto Alpha E, which is just such humongous value.
Put himself in the prime box, and he got taped up at the fulfillment center. Proud already feeling a touch low here, but should be able to just play the cover.
Finn's already dead. You got anti now. No Suzu. Didn't see the Suzu coming on through. That's a follow-up with Flora as well.
Yep, it's brutal right here. And now it's down to Bernard. What do you want to try and do here? Goes in for a nice little slice, dice, and, well, the block's not going to do too much either. Quick stagger, and T1 just going to roll onto a point. Easy peasy.
Now that is a rough go of it for Zeta Division. At least last time we saw into Ruins. Took a little while longer for things to get underway. T1 now find themselves in a very leading position early on, with not a lot to say from Zeta. Look at Donghak's damage, 53% encountered. He's been active on the map, saying that, you know what, Ball generally might not be that great in the meta, but on this map he is.
Yeah, perks for days as well for Proud, by the way. Already at their level 3. Noting the approach here of their counterpart, Flora does make that crossing. This seems to be vaguely unscathed. Never mind, Donghak is addressing this. If the damage is too much to bet, Donghak with a double. My goodness, repost this if Donghak be balling, because brothers balling today. Hungry for that final spot.
Just casual cleanup now. Bernard forward next. Donghak looking for an early player of the match here off this Ball performance. So plenty of attack to be played. We haven't even gone to the Arista mirror yet. 42% encounter for T1 and no response from Zeta yet.
Noted on the off angle. The approach of Pelican. Oh, it's a wide swing here from Donghak. Could lay down the minefield potentially. Inside this nasty corridor. They could be a little bit brutal, but it's a fair enough disengage for Flora.
Now Flora will be able to just jump up and updraft away. No dice onto Alpha E either, given that he did put the shield up. Finn finally get some revenge here. First death in that first fight. Now we'll take down Skewed. Opportunity for Zeta Division, but Ultimate's online for T1.
Quick hops here from Finn, about to lose that secondary swift step, and instead it's going to also try and heal from afar with those healing of Fuda. Zest and Donghak want to try and combine onto Flora. Proud's going to be the one to strike the final blow. I believe a bowler may have been sent their way in the midst of all of that as well. And now it's going to be the Kiriko up on the docket. Even more attempts to try and throw them away. And Zest manages to stick the pulse on, but we all know and love not to be enemy tracer this time, but just where it needs to be. 90% here for T1. And while Skewed has been taken out by Pelican on the other side, Zen Division maybe a little bit low on personnel to try and make this one work. An all-out battle between the tanks means that Donghak is finally taken down by Flora, but Zest is still here to play.
Yeah, it's for naught though. Donghak going down, but there's still Nano available. Zeta now need a lot more to play through. Double support ultimates. They might have to burn them both. They're trying to be a little bit conservative with this one, but I don't think they have the opportunity to be.
Do or die, rally used, and still Kitsune rush in the back pocket if needed, hiding in the corner behind the shield, carrying away from the monster under the bed that is T1. Donghak is trying to catch the stragglers who are elsewhere at the moment. It's risky from Scuba going on in. Only Donghak doesn't get the sound barrier for now, but it's okay because Adaptive Shield is going to fill in the gaps that were left behind. Flora brings out the Vangadar onto Proud and takes out their counterpart, but on the outside when faced with cliffs, T1 learned to climb when they need it the most. Zeta Division are chased away from the point, and they are going to have to come in for a desperate attempt here. Vigilante under siege from the Time Demon of Tracer. Pelican manages to take that one down, and Zeta Division may just about clutch it out.
Yeah, Persecuted Vigilante down. Fight will be over. Finally, Zeta Division, just like a Ruins. They're not going to go without a fight here. They're going to make sure they can get at least a fight, win some percentage on point, but can they roll through? And I mean that quite literally now, as Burner is on his own ball. He chose the ball specifically to come back to point quicker to engage in the fight, but now he's stuck on this hero. Donghak, he's a ball player. Burner doesn't have a history on this.
Oh, the knockover. Could be everything, but no. Quick hops up. Everyone survives. Zest loses the pulse bomb. Intercepted midway through their bombing run by Alpha Yi. He knows these tricks. He's seen these games before. The bowler onto Finn. It's easily counted out there by the Susan, but not the point. Oh, no. Oh, Zeta Division, it looks like they had everything they needed, but T1, they just played the objective better and snuck it out from underneath.
It seemed like it was always going to start falling away from Zeta eventually. They survived the first little onslaught with Zest being punished, but beyond that, they needed to make sure that they have the objective under control, and unfortunately, Charlie the Ninth visits us very early on in day 2 here of playoffs in Korea. Very winnable still, I think, for Zeta Division. How long were they going to survive with Burner on a ball? He needed to be able to die, go back to something like at least looking towards a hazard, maybe a Rissa moving forward to well. We never got to well. Once again, looking at Ilios, a 2-0 result for T1. Zeta said they weren't worried about Crazy Raccoon. Maybe they should be worried about T1. We'll see what happens after the break.
트래플 에테로골.
프리 4대 올다.
세게 납게.
거저 몰필이래.
시나. 뭐냐 이거?
That Zeta division find themselves off to a very rough start. C9 is not the way you want to end your map, but particularly even beyond that, it was a 0-2, Harry. It wasn't a particularly good-looking 0-2 either, even without the C9. But with the C9, it just gets slightly uglier.
Oh yeah, it just like a badly placed pimple on an otherwise 5 out of 10 face. For T1, we're heading
deducting
over
points
now.
for that. That's got to be a 4.9 from me, buddy.
That's a 4.9.
I gotta lose a couple points there.
Looking like me out there, gamers. Zeta Division are gonna get to choose where we go next. They have their choice of wherever they think they've got the best chance of winning against T1. So we've got to go somewhere where hopefully
I'll tell you what,
you won't be facing with Dongball.
well, where they won last time was New Junk City. So again, this is a rematch from last week. Last week was Ilios 2-0 for T1, and then Zeta bounced back with a clean 3-0 finish on New Junk City as map 2. And for today, they're going to try and do the same again.
Once more, into the breach of New Junk City. Getting nice and brawly, utilizing the quick rotations to their advantage, potentially. Inviting some chaos into this, but sometimes chaos is exactly where the Wrecking Ball is at their most powerful.
Yep.
Do we know what the bans were last time they went to New Junk City?
Yeah, the bans last time were BAP and Sim. Unfortunately for T1, they've already burned their... Rather, they had the same Diva ban. Zeta had the BAP ban, so they still have the Sim ban available to them. However, I do want to press that they also have been playing Symmetra this week, so they're not going to go for the Symmetra ban again. It's going to be a Lucio ban. We're going to remove Lucio BAP composition. We're going to remove Lucio Kiriko. The Orisa is now gone as well. T1 lost to the Orisa burner on this map last week, so they want to remove that entirely. Last week, it was an Orisa mirror between both Dongak and Burnout. Now, notably, in the further maps that we did play, we did see Orisa again, but for now, T1 want to make sure that this is not going to be the vehicle that Zeta can win through.
High value ban already used here by T1. Getting an early advantage in this series and trying to put Zeta Division on edge certainly could be highly valuable, and trying to, of course, turn their fates around from, as you pointed out last time when they went to New Junk City and Bernard's famous Orisa just overwhelmed them. Man is an absolute beast on the cow.
Probably the right map to burn it on as well. You're eventually going to see the Bernard Orisa come through at some stage in this potentially quite long series, so get rid of it on a map that you did lose last week. New Junk City. By the way, those that watch the developer live stream, getting reworked coming next season, and it is looking quite snazzy. So one of the last chances we're going to see the old New Junk City being played here, professionally by T1 and Zeta, into map number 2. Let's kick it off.
Excited to be looking over at the junkyard right now. Is this Amalgamator, Avril?
Well, it might not be, but teams are certainly going to try and enforce it. Falcons did not look pretty on this hero yesterday versus Crazy Raccoon. And honestly, Zeta, they did win with Bernard on this hero. I think actually might have been on New Junk as well. However, if memory serves correct, Bernard eventually swapped off the Malga once Arda went to Reaper. So they had both Reaper and Sojin on the side of onside. That was enough to make Bernard swap. Let's see if Bernard ends up doing that again. Bernard's going to come through on the hazard. Now that they know there's a Malga, let's see what happens next fight with this knowledge.
Yeah, there's going to be invitations for adaptation here on the side of T1 to try and deal with this. But for now, you just got to try and play with a lot that you've been assigned. Zest on the Genji, certainly something that gets me excited. And of course, going to be a battle between our meta DPS, Sojourn versus Freya. Oh my goodness, Proud's actually just pounding out the damage right now. Bernard's overwhelmed already. Everyone else on T1 just has to duck into cover and get themselves healed up, because knowing that they have the advantage of Bernard being down, you can really take those Sejuras. You can have your little siesta, a quick nap before capping the point first.
As Bora was quick to take a nap there as well, potentially 1 HP, but barely survives Bernard. Casualty onto Zeta Division, courtesy of Dongak. Proud waiting for a shot. Already on to potentially a bowler coming up very soon.
And that bowler, it could be absolutely brutal if you catch Zeta Division in a more compressed formation. For now, sending out those right clicks. Rogue Rail goes their way, puts the fear of God into that Freya, into the corner now. The bowler is so easy to clean up for Zesh. Drag them all together and let the knives do their work, slicing and dicing. Zeta Division find themselves bisected.
Full wipe there is all very clean. Single bowler shot to set things up, and then for Zest to knock those pins down. And for Zeta Division, that was a strike against them for sure. 64% and counting. One more fight to play through here. Double support ultimates will be pretty important. Notably, Finn is ahead of Vigilante. That will be useful. Alpha E slightly, but basically on the same positioning as skewed as far as the rally is concerned.
Which could be everything. The downpour's in the back pocket. Oh my goodness, that's a big old slice right there. The wall as well. Downpour drags multiple players into their rooms, but a quickly erected shield there from the Brigitte keeps Alpha Yi alive, and the punishment's there. Great snapback here coming through from Zeta Division. They have managed to cap out that first percentage point as well. An agent was sent to a point by Zeta Division. Great division of resources.
Honestly, a pretty good play by T1, but so easy to dodge the downpour. Your Burner charging on through unstoppably. Pelican with the deflect if he needs it. Flora with mobility. Finn with mobility. Then Alpha just simply putting up the shield. So all 5 of Zeta Division sidestepping and clearing themselves of being rooted at all. And then Burner with the counterplay, able to collect 3, punishing T1. Unfortunately for T1, not enough there. Didn't quite have their double support ult online. Skew didn't end up using rally.
New bowler already ready to drop here from the side of Proud, and the orbital ray as well can give over all the damage she needs to quickly wipe. Here comes the orbital ray. Where's the target focus? Bowler comes in, the blade as well. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet of pain that's been served up by T1. And yes, waiter, I will take this check now, please.
4 ultimates used, but T1, they secure the first point off that one. Zeta will have themselves a decent amount of bank to play through for our secondary point. So that's a silver lining, but they are going to be down a single point here. As a reminder, last week, this was a 3-0 look for Zeta with the Orisa mirror. Some around, Burner on the Malga to mild success. You'll say it's like reasonable given that they did win a fight and they pushed the T1 all the way to essentially 99 per side. Now for Zeta, you have to expect that this should be a good opening from them. 3 strong ultimates to begin with, or rather I should say 2 strong ultimates. Bowler typically doesn't do too much but set things up.
The enabler ultimate potentially. A good alpha strike from Zeta Division could be everything. Very aggressive to begin with from Donghak. Gets caught within the cage. Everything's getting pummeled into Donghak, and holding right click isn't quite strong enough. Put down on the floor. Alpha Yi Infinite just so low, but Burner, his reign of terror never ends. He's got a smile on each hand and a gun on his face. And Zeta Division, they're going to count on that.
Now they got point unlocked as well. Pelican still holding on to Blade as the rally comes through for Alpha E next fight. So still a decent amount of resource to play through. Push this one further into last fight territory. T1. Just the 2 to come in. How does this approach work? But are they going to open things with? Bowler could be a decent one again to set up Zest and Dongak for success on that dive. Off-angle approach. The single bolt in.
Very annoying to try and work with. And the bowler as well. A quick jump into a bowler attach could be everything here to set T1 up. We don't really have a follow-up for it. Instead, it's going to be Pelican getting aggressive with the blade, dodges the incoming downpour. Now Brigida's next up on the menu, and this boy's going to chew on through it. You don't need to bring me a knife. I bought my own.
And Zest, unfortunately, still waiting to find his 80%, 20 away from success. Now Zeta Division have all but locked up the second point. They've been able to snowball quite successfully. T1 needed to make use of time, and if they were going to end up losing a secondary fight, to lose it quickly. T1 have to go for this touch very quickly. They don't have good touches. Zeta should be able to stop this. Probably looking like Zest is going to go for it. No, Bernard barely got that touch in. He survives. Good.
The Vanguard comes on through. Proud pays for it with their life after going so high up into the air. It made them an easy target, and this one's been pretty well managed by Zeta Division. Not overusing their resources either.
Yeah, they were able to just get that bet one, basically 1 or 2 ults per fight. Using the fact that T1 perhaps overspent at the end of that first point onto Arena. T1 still struggling to find their ultimates after that. So for Zeta, clean bounce back 100-0 on that secondary point as we move over to number 3, 1-1 apiece. It's still a good amount to play through for Zeta, despite, you know, having to spend something to win that second point. They're still looking strong.
Yeah, still looks good to me. For now, Zeta Division just going to camp out on this high ground. They'll likely send their Genji down to start capping it, but that's going to be an opening for T1 to try and make a forward play happen. Out comes the speed ring, actually blocked by the incoming wall of the hazard flying above it. All Finn's going to come down with a magnanimous beam from the stars. The God Emperor demands blood, and he's going to be feasting today like he was christened by Korn himself. T1 use all that they have, except for the rally, to make this one work.
This time it's going to be Zest.
Deflect.
Well, Zest will take his own life down, or rather he will get taken down by Pelican, but point stands, Zest pulls out Blade, finds success. Pelican is now actually entirely lapped Zest in terms of ult charge. This will be Pelican's second, perhaps even third Blade. Zest one less than that.
Pacing is very quick coming through from Z Division. They got here, too sweet, and we started the fight just as quickly, but they have been caught on the staircase right now. It's gonna make their approach a little bit more difficult to try and manage. Out comes the blade. A good disengage there from Pelican. Big root as well, and out comes the cage, all caught within, and it means that it's easy for Pelicans to slice on through. The blender begins, and well, the blender finishes it.
And had to be Skew staying alive there. Easy target for Zeta, though. If they can take down Skew, there's not going to be any more rally. No rally means T1 have very little to play through. Downpour once more. Not going to find too much here. Pelican has been absolute lights out on New Junk City so far to give Zeta the potential lead now in this particular map. Looking for the 2-1. Still have their own rally to play through. T1 are just lacking options. Their approach in towards this point as well. Very difficult crowd. Little angles to play in. Big double bash on Dog and Vigilante.
Oh, Vigilante, that's exactly the target that you want first. Now it's essentially a hostage scenario. Proud, the last one to go on down, and that was a very clean wipe. Should be one last attempt here for T1 on the ducts.
Alpha Yi just peeking with shield in terms of third person peeking. The Saint Stadium, not everyone gets to play third person unless you're on a Brig or perhaps a Ryan. We do have one of those in the server right now, and yeah, double bash straight away from the corner. 2 members caught, Vigilante being one of them as noted. Instantly taken down. T1's re-approach in is just so difficult so far. They need a couple of longer line of sights, at least for Proud. So take that side entrance.
Oh, the bowler might be much. Oh, where is Bernard going? Bro is going all the way to the back. Here's some disruption in the back line. And T1 are having issues dealing with Bernard back here. Finally, they'll be able to array all that damage where it needs to be. But in the meantime, they've lost control of the point.
It's already gone. T1 may get the cleanup on this fight. They may get Bernard down finally, but it's a 2-1 now scoreline from New Junk City. It's going to be a Proud cleanup and highlight reel just for the kills to farm up the bowler once more. At least this will allow Zest to catch up a little bit on the ult charge. Notably, as mentioned, Pelican had already lapped Zest, but Zest has done a great job of at least trying to get the damage in to catch up to Pelican, who strangely has slowed down a little. Maybe just given the fact that he hasn't had an opportunity to get kills when Zeta's been cleaning up these fights so quickly. Pelican's fighting for scraps among the rest of Zeta Division.
Yeah, it seems like often these fights aren't very sustained here on New Junk City. They're happening real fast, and Finn's turning up the tempo once again. Big torpedoes coming on through. Now it's Pelican's turn to roll in towards the back. That really means nothing when faced with a bird of prey like this. Berserk's got his own agenda to try and work on through. But Dragon Blade comes out, swaps over to the Shurikens to get a nasty one over onto Bernard. Still, Flora stands alone on the point, and for now seems in a good position to try and capture this one, as Zesh just waits with a little modicum of health to try and find that perfect moment to insert themselves into the mix.
Yeah, Zest had full HP, maybe can challenge for the 1v1, but just too difficult to do when he's low. Has to go for the health back and has to give up the point, waiting patiently for the squad to arrive. Double tank ult was about to be online. Flores has been blown up by Proud though. What a nice double bolt.
Great opening. Once again, the downpour ready to go has been thoroughly mitigated thus far by every single instance. Trying to get rid of that Brigitte shield first, but what about getting rid of the Brigitte? That's going to be Proud and Vigilante who try and make that one happen. Mauga simply eviscerated when they tried to stand on business. And Zeta Division walk over 48.
That's where T1 have been lacking. They haven't had the opportunities to find those opening picks. Proud so good for it in the past. When you're on a retake scenario, hard to find that opportunity. Catches Flora lacking, double bolts to the face, and then a 1-for-nothing trade as T1 just get the easy cleanup and the easy flip.
Buff angle potentially here from Flora. A bowler ready to go, but T1 have got a fairly spread out formation right now that might make them a little bit hard to try and deal with the bowler. Well tapped in right clicks here, just continuing to get rid of the health. Oh my goodness, Proud lands the bowler. Oh, Flora destroyed by the downpour. Should have bought an umbrella, fella. And that's going to be T1 winning out that fight.
And usually Zeta have been so good at avoiding the downpour, but this time they find themselves out in the torrential rain. 70%, basically last fight situation now for Zeta Division. They'll have a little bit of extended time to get the touch, but Dongak, a little bit of forward scouting here. In fact, for all of T1, they're all going to go for a bit of advanced scouting. They want to force the fight early, knowing that Zeta have to go for the touch.
Mid-air fight once again between Proud and Flora inside the cage. T1, they're going to be battling for their lives right here. Zest and Stewed caught within, and they can't try and make this one work. Zeta Division have sent a scout over to try and keep the fight going. Bernard just a little bit short of being able to get onto a point, but finally it's going to be the Juno that gets the touch happen.
No deflake. Zest needed that one to play up against Burner. Would have been maybe a little bit more of a different fight, although you'd imagine Burner just goes for a different target in the cage if that were to occur. But Zeta Division not scared of just rushing on in, knowing that they have to go for the touch anyway. Send in a play to go for the touch while you play the actual cage fight in. Well, the cage fight ends up being the winner for Zeta as we now head to a very pivotal potential last fight here again. This time Zeta in command. Already on map point here. 2 clean up New Junk City. Just need one more round.
One more fight. And it's 1-to-1 here. Out comes the rally. Early plays coming through. Zest, the Alpha Strike is good, but Flora's aim is better. The Malgan out overwhelmed. They're coming in from both sides. A pincer maneuver that Sun Tzu would be proud of. The disengagement with everyone's good enough for now. Caught in the corner by the spiked wall means T1. They are going to take it to a 5th and final point.
Been a little bit dicey here, but Zest, he got it done. Zeta Division didn't quite keep their resolve, particularly when we have orbital rays available. Neither end up being used at. Good in the face of Vigilante, getting to save that one. Maybe a little bit worse for Finn. And that could have been a potential game changer. Speaking of game changers, Blade coming back online between Pelican and Zest. Many times they've had Blade at the same time, but more often than not, one of them will have it when the other one does not. This time it's Pelican's turn, but a big shot to Finn puts him low.
Oh, Finn. Taken for a losing Pelican in the midst of all of this. Falls down to the downpour once again. We finally see some more value coming through from a hazard ult. It seemed a big difference was in the tank ultimate value so far, but T1 winning that one out.
And this time downpour also comes through on the side alleyway. Very difficult to dodge out there. It's got to cover the entire lane, and you can only go forward or backwards. So T1 happy to clean that one, and this time even with the orbital rays coming through as well, both traded. Turn for the rally to come on in, but as noted, Pelican, he was waiting for Blade. Didn't have it the last fight. We'll have it now.
Get ready for a game changer. Pelican with the blade. Oh, that's a big trap onto the Mauga. Bernard's nowhere to be seen. Do you want to invest that much here? Zeta Division without your tank to try and make this one work. Out comes the bowler. Actually had a big play. Out comes the rally. It's a huge investment here from Zeta Division. It needs to potentially work out. It's Pelican. He's been here the whole time, chasing in after a Brigitte. Oh, they came back far enough, and the mace strikes home. Oh, it's so good. The blunt damage overwhelms the plate armor of the Genji. You knew he was weak to that. Bruised him on the brain, and T1 still have control.
And had a raging Genji running at him, so pulled the mace out and sprayed it in his face, said get out of here for Zeta Division. An unfortunate fight to lose for them. There was a 4 versus 5. It starts with Bernard going down, trapped in the side angle with a cleanly placed wall from Dongak, and still Zeta is saying we're on point, we're already here. I don't know if we can get out cleanly. We're gonna have to make this happen. Rally plus Blade coming on through, but no tank. And now no tank again.
It could be a death knell here for Zeta Division. They had their moment in the sun. They had their chance at glory. But when all is said and done on New Junk City, it's looking very gory. Zeta Division slain here by T1, who recaptured the initiative and managed to finally get some value out of a downpour.
Whew. What a turnaround then. Looking a little bit dicey in the middle. Look at the 2-1 scoreline from Zeta Division on New Junk City. And then the turnaround towards the end, a very hard-fought 4th point in there. Both teams essentially reaching the precipice, 99 apiece. One fight to clean it up, and then suddenly the downpour starts finding value, and then you start finding follow-up fights where Bernard is dying first multiple times in a row. That is going to end up costing Zeta big time, as they now find themselves in a hole 0-2 in the series.
However, now the Orisa ban, Avril, it's gone. The weapon that was deployed against Zeta Division, against one of the greatest assets that Zeta have in the Bernard Orisa, that can no longer be summoned. We'll have to see if Zeta can try and make this one work as we come back from our break.
오버워치에서 가고 다음 생각이고. 야, 호텔 브리문 줘. 아, 나 호텔 갈게. 걱정하자. 내가 볼게. 앞에. 점에. 나이스. 다리 건다, 얘들아. 손을 줘.
근데 이거 광고점 내가 막 손에 뽀로 보여줬다잉.
Welcome back to Korea Stage 2 playoffs here as we get ready for map number 3. T1 finding themselves 2-0 up against Zeta Division, who had a couple of good run-ins on Yuzhong City, but could not close things out. 3-2 on that particular map to end things as we now head into Zeta's map choice again.
Yep, Flashpoint off of the table. Not going the way of Zeta Division, and it seems like their previous tricks have been thoroughly analyzed and debunked by T1. So where do you head next? Although we've got 100% win rates over on Midtown and Eichenwalde. 0% win rate for T1 on Midtown. So if you maybe if you're a statistics guy, if you're trying to moneyball it, maybe Midtown would be a good place to go. Instead, Runasapi is going to be a choice given over by Zeta.
And Runasapi was actually map 4 last week. They went to map 3 last time. It was actually T1's choice. T1 took Zeta to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Probably not a good decision for Zeta to do, given that they are not the dive team. They want to avoid playing dive type maps. They want to take it to the ground. They want to make sure that we can play an Orisa mirror. So how do we enable this right now? Is it going to end up being something more like a hazard ban coming on through from Zeta to kind of at least force us into a ground game that would also, I was going to say prevent the Orisa ban, but Orisa's already been banned by T1, so that was probably going to end up coming through no matter what. So more of a situation of how do we make sure that we can get into an Orisa matchup and to enable our Orisa. Last week they did ban the Symmetra, but as I also mentioned before we go to New Junk, they are themselves starting to play some Symmetra. So what direction are we going to take things here? As I'm also expecting a bit of a BAP setup here as well with the Genji banned.
Okay, Vessel's
This
going to
actually
be no
says to me that
DPS
we're
bans.
it actually says to me that we're enabling the Symmetra with the Genji ban.
Say one of these seems as a better Symmetra. And there's the Malga ban on the other side. Well, I mean, it's not
It was
guaranteed that
causing
they
some
play the
problems in
Orisa.
Yuzhong City. I think for T1, they just want to make sure it's cleanly off the table. We're getting through all the Malga maps early. You know, we got through the Flashpoint. We're going to pass the push now. Obviously, we could see some more push in Flashpoint if the map pool does reset from map 6 onwards. But for now, get rid of the Malga so that we can make sure that, okay, you want to play Orisa? Let's make sure it's an actual Orisa mirror. Or actually, Dolak can just go back to the Hazard.
Yeah. Returning to the Hazard, trying to walk past the Orisa and deal with the squishy insides of the Grug core. Zeta Division. They are certainly starting to feel it now. It is going to be a best of 7, so we're not quite up against match point just yet, but would hate to miss out on yet another major. T1, they are in the driver's seat. Love me a little bit of Ilyaria. And it does look like we have got the destined Gruggening. The Orisa versus Orisa. Oh, wait, never mind. Donghak's already swapped. Enough of that, says Donghak. I'm going Hazard. And we're seeing a Venture as well, so they're going to certainly be an impactful part of this fight, being able to drag someone away with that drill dash.
Expecting probably the Symmetra, that when you see the Venture straight away, typically that says to me they're expecting Symmetra to be rolled out. Pelican is not actually going to roll on Symmetra straight away. We see BAP, no surprises there. Orisa, no surprise there. Donghak doesn't want the 1v1. He's going to get cleaned up though on the sideline playing the Hazard.
Yeah, that stun is absolutely brutal. Slammed into a wall, and well, the Gruggening, it's happening. The Orisa overwhelming. T1 will lose handily in the first fight.
What happens when you lose your tank straight away and Donghak knows that he's going to come back with the ball now. It's going to be a ball plus Lucio BAP, and it's going to be a bit of a weird dive. Maybe Zest should look towards a Tracer as well, given that I don't think you need the Venture in this comp anymore. Not a lot to punish with the Venture. But beyond that, Zest, carry potential, the Tracer is so high. You also want to match Pelican if you can. Genji's banned. The Tracer is the next best choice.
Yeah. And being able to tax the objective as well, certainly very important, especially here on push, where you really want to make sure that you're minimizing the forward momentum. Donghak comes in from the top with the ball. Seems like for now it's going to be fairly easily weathered in terms of this storm here by Zeta Division. They just, they clutch back up. They compress their formation thereafter. Alpha is taken down by Proud, finding an off angle. This could be some follow-up, which might be well placed. Suddenly, everything was looking good, and then Burnout had no idea where the fight was, and the squishy members of Zeta Division got overwhelmed.
Very quick plat back, 29 meters only for Zeta Division to open things out with, so no real advancement, nothing to snowball here. Flora now moving over towards the cast to try and deal with the ball a little bit better. Double value given that Venture's online as well. As we now see that Zest is going to maintain on the Venture for the time being. Dying on a bit of a side mission here. We'll finally reveal his positioning, but the scouting information is good.
Psychological horror ball happening. Oh my goodness, for all in onto the map, and there they go. Proud just actually hit the wombo combo and managing to take out the immortality field as well. So the remainder of State Division don't really have that much to sustain them. Yeah, Bernard, very scary. Over on the point, taken down. Skew gets dragged into the Terror Surge. Can Bernard do it all by themselves? It looked like it might actually be the case. Coming through, you got Pelican for a touch of an assist. What in the world was that? Bernard's him?
That's the Demon Orisa. Best Orisa in the world currently. Burnout, when he gets to play Orisa on a map that's good for Orisa on a brawl map like Runasapi, magic is gonna happen. Zeta Division finding themselves in a good position to cap finally. Couple minutes now, 3 minutes deep into the map. Support ultimates double online in just a hot moment here. Donga trying to roll on through. Lines will be annoying.
Immortality field already used. Proud looking for the right clicks. Alpha going all in onto this one. And Finch is doing so much damage and healing. Out come the tectonic shots from Zest. Yet to hit really pay dirt. And now, how do you erupt from the ground onto this backline? Out go the mining charges, trying to shut down Flora. And it's a fairly large investment from T1, but they get some value.
Well, they need to make sure that Zeta do not end up capping, so they're going to put it all in there just before the cap comes on in. And Zeta themselves put in their double support ultimate, so it ends up being a fairly nice trade for T1. A lot of ultimates being put in there by both sides. Pelican now doubling down on the counter against Dongak's ball. The Sombra to come on through might have, again, extra value given that there is also Freya on board for Proud. Hack onto Zest Venture. Well, we get the shutdown there, so decent counterplay on the DPS side from Zeta. And they execute, though. Cap's going to come through in a couple meters and no touch so far. They're not going to touch at all.
Yeah. Oh, just Burner kept at arm's length, unable to come and contest the car. Going to get through that butt scratch essentially for free here as Flora tries to erode away all of this space that was grabbed by the ball in the pre-fight shenanigans. Out come a couple of right clicks, neither of them really hitting pay dirt. And guess what? Cards moving again. And impact from the bowler gets Flora down. And wow, look at that. The immortality field gone as well. It's got to be Bernard up against the world yet again. So far from that Terror Surge, there could be a little bit of healing available. And there's the Terror Surge all inning. Bernard always wants to try and make some magic happen, but Proud's not a fan of magic.
What an opening shot from Proud. Finds the damage onto Flora and just catches him on the side. That was a full prediction shot. He had no actual information that Flora's going to come through on that timing. Yeah, he's got the right perk to be able to see low HP members, but Flora wasn't low HP yet. Flora just walked on through, ate a ball to the face, didn't even see it coming. That sets up the opening for T1. Now to potentially get this 100 meters on board.
Donghak hanging out in the air for a moment. In comes the Venture. Could be a large eruption from the earth, but instead is going to think better of going into 3 players, including a flashbang on here. Deadeye, good to go. It's not a terrible sightline for it, but control over this objective is being very difficult for Bernard to try and acquiesce. Out comes the minefield, knocking down the Cassidy into it when he's at his most vulnerable. Surrounded on all sides, but it is going to be an equal trade. Bernard taken down by Zest. And even though Donghak was the trade, the blood sacrifice offered, T1 walk away with more progress.
The only good news here is that Zeta in a future fight is finally going to stop T1, given that Donghak is down. Bernard's already respawned with the rest of the team. Whoever end up going down for Zeta, they're all grouped up again. T1 won't be able to push much further than 111. They're going to give it up. Zest is going to hide around the corner. Now that Donghak is back, they're going to play this angle again. Just instant landing on point. Look at the waiting. Look at the patience. Just dropping on top of them as a team.
There's no other way to put it. They're creasing for us, Jays. His Jays, they're fully creased. Are you going to invest the ultimate? Yep, tectonic shocks blasting through. Out comes the immortality field as well. That is going to last for too long up against these AoEs. It's an easy fight to jump away from here for the Baptiste, but it does mean the remainder of your team are dinghied.
Yeah, staying there a little bit longer there, Finn, as you get taken down. Burner now moving over towards the Diva. Still yet to see the EMP. Pelicans had this EMP for a couple of fights now, but just no good potential to use it. Flora dies so quickly. Zeta just constantly down members. Detected here. Difficult now to be able to push on through. He's looking for more members than one ideally, but even just onto Donghak is going to be good. Skewed, notably, cannot get called by the EMP. He needs to be there to save the team. He won't be there to save Vigilante, though.
Vigilante shut down the moment the Kitsune rush comes on out, and you can see the State Division are all pushing out now. They don't want to fight inside of that Kitsune rush. Instead, they want to try and drag the fight elsewhere, and well, a victory will be able to do that. The cart finally starts moving the other way.
It's 3 minutes and 20 left with 18 meters to clear. Look, it doesn't have the full 100-meter gap between the teams, but at 126 and this kind of time remaining, Zeta have still yet to get their own cap and their own forward spawn on the opposite side of the map. It's looking very dire for them. They've even given up on their Orisa. Now, you know that's a bad look when Bernard doesn't want to play Orisa anymore.
Yeah, instead focusing in on trying to protect Flora for now. Slowly taking away all of Flora's space. Zest, just so scary. Underneath mid-air, gets an interception onto a Baptiste, into the minefield. Oh, it's artisanal. Now this is Overwatch.
That's how we play, baby. That's the teamwork we're looking for. How about you just dive on into the mines? Let me just escort you straight into that. And Zeta trying to make some movements. They can't even reset the bot back to mid. As T1 now reclaim their forward spawns. Once more shoving payload back into Zeta positioning. Make no mistake, this one's going to OT. You don't expect T1 to finish the map here, but they don't need to. Zeta just can't get any distance. Once the OT hits, Zeta are not going to have enough distance all the time to close the gap.
They just have so much trouble claiming the initiative in one of these fights. Catching Zest erupting from rear certainly is a great way to start that one off. Bernard on the chase. You need to try and get some staggers here, though. Onto T1. Get as much free time on the bot as possible.
Bernard just trying to play defensively for Finn, but Finn will still fall off the sidelines as soon as the Matrix is gone. They are going to get more here. They will be to finally win this fight, but can they start getting meters again? They haven't capped that point on the opposite side of the map just yet. That's the first step. They have a lot of ultimates to play through, but what they cannot afford to do is lose someone early. They can't get double bolted or have someone solo bolted into a bolt for the one shot that they found on the floor before. Proud got that a couple fights ago now. Quite a few fights ago, I might add. 130 left to play through. This has to be perfect from Zeta. That's what you can't afford to have. Zeta, again, losing a play to Proud.
All right, double damage coming through the amplification matrix. The floor is distracted elsewhere for now. Out comes the damage boost onto the Deadeye. It's high noon, but did the T1 wear their watches? Proud certainly didn't. Was distracted by sparkly things elsewhere. Full Magpie mode. Out comes the Immortality Field. It's full MVP treatment for Flora. Every single resource is being placed into this Cassidy, but the resources start to fall around them. And while they may be the pillar of a team, they will stand mostly alone. Oh, hello. Dodging aggro for about a second, but Donghak notices. For notices.
Yeah, I couldn't afford to go for the jump pad there. Many may be wondering, why didn't Flora just go for the jump? Well, he'd reveal his positioning. And Donghak probably finds him either way. So very unlikely. The only way he lives there is Bernard just consistently sits on him with Matrix. But they just don't have time to play through. Given how good that fight was for Zeta, they still don't win that. A 5v3 advantage, instantly then dropping 2 members. And suddenly, they find themselves in a lack of control of the bot once more.
And once again, it's Donghak claiming the initiative. Instantly hindered by the incoming flashbang. I believe a bowler went the way of Flora as well, but a well-timed Immortality Field was all that was needed. Alpha E on the other side, struck down by Tectonic Blast, straight up onto the Baptiste. And whoa, that was a very quick draw on the Venture Ultimate. They're getting some value off of this one now. Can't jump away from that when you constantly get your Exo Boots reset on charge. Out comes the self-destruct. I'm just going to hide underneath, don't mind me. And it's yet again another forward spawn. Overtime's gone. Zeta Division, they are facing down the barrel already of match points.
Match point secured for T1. They're looking really good for going into the grand finals here. A first grand finals look for T1 potentially, and only a map between now, them, and the potential for glory as they could be winning Korea for the first time as a team. A team where the core has been together for a reasonable amount of time, but yet to really truly find success. As Fnatic as even Yeti couldn't quite get there, couldn't even usually break the top 4 sometimes, but 4th was the best they could get. Now they begin the day and the playoffs in 4th, but they might just end in top 2 with a minimum of 2. And best yet, Harry, winning this match gives them the qualification into the mid-season championship. We'll see if they can get that last full map done right after this map.
트레 오른쪽 뒤에 준아. 나봐주면서 이거. 아, 서디견 얘들아, 서디견.
야 파트 야 뛰어필 포함필
합격해 이거.
야 스트레치 하나
나이스.
Away from potential elimination. Zeta in a rough spot here, 0-3, yet to pick up a single map. They looked reasonable on New Junk City. The T1 are just looking that much better. 3-0, one map away from going to the grand finals, one map away from qualifying to EWC, the mid-season championship. And for Zeta, they want so badly to win a grand final. To get to even a grand final now, though, seems like a potential long stretch.
It does seem like so far away. Is it time to finally bring out the Wrecking Ball ban and just try and get Donghak off that hero? Admittedly, Donghak has still been very much a threat on the Hazard, but it feels like the Wrecking Ball and T1's style off the back of it, the coordination they have in just cyberbullying one player, whether it be the Baptiste or Flora on the Cassidy, is very difficult to deal with.
There's not a lot left to go to here. I mean, you're looking at potential for a Midtown or a Shambali or a Circuit, actually. Circuit might be a good one. Probably the most standard in the pool here for a Brawl composition. Most teams would go to Circuit. Very favorable for wanting to play something like an Orisa or even a Ram. And I think if you go there as well, putting perhaps Donghak into a weird spot, whatever you do go to, you want to make sure you remove Donghak's viable heroes. Want to make sure that he can't play his Hazard there. You're not going to see Ball every single map. You're going to see Ball on very open maps. Shambali is going to be that map. It's a bit of a rare pick. Most teams in Korea are no longer picking Shambali. They're favoring Circuit Royale instead. So might end up being a risk for Zeta Division. But what we can say is it's still very Brawl favored. Unlikely, in fact, probably not going to see the Ball at all here. If you can ban out the Hazard, which Zeta hasn't done yet, then you're essentially forcing Donghak into the Brawl mirror, and that's where Zeta wanted to be.
Try and craft the ideal matchup. But then, if you manage to do that, you've still got to win another 3 maps in a row. They're banning Venture. I mean, the Venture was very targeted. It was pretty good in the last map.
I think the Ball is actually more of a problem for Zeta to deal with. I think the Venture could have been dealt with. Really, the Ball caused the most problems. The Ball was setting up Zest on the Venture, if you consider that. I don't think Zest does nearly as much of the venture without Dolak setting him up first. However, if the venture is gone again, what it tells me is that we are looking at potential of a Symmetra here. No Alari, so no BAP Alari, even though T1 themselves have played the BAP Alari. They want to make sure it's going to be a standard main support, flex support type of composition, either a Brig BAP or more commonly now a Lucio BAP. Shambali would have been one of those maps where double flex support could have been viable. It's funny because they are the team that have double. They have Vigilante skewed. They have the double flex supports. Alpha Yi is a DPS player. He's actually not a support player at all. But now he's recently moved over to main support. So you would have thought that if Alari was on board, it would be strong for T1. However, they're going to get rid of it. Venture out for Zeta. And a potential last shot now for Zeta as we head into map number 4, Shambali.
After more than a year, it feels like we're finally getting the prestige of performance that the T1 organization across esports has been known for, Avril. Getting through to their finals, 4-0 would only continue such domination. Bernard back on the carry. Arissa, Donghak is going to be matching.
This is what Zeta are looking for. Zeta tease the potential of the Zen coming through Alpha E, but no, it will be the standard Lucio BAP. Both teams will be looking at Sim. The venture gone, as noted, meaning the Sim is going to be more viable. Although I think for Zeta, they might have just played the Sim anyway, even if venture was there. See how now T1 can fare in the actual raw mirror in Zeta's home ground.
Pelican catches some smoke, heading on up through here. Trying to go up onto this high ground could be pretty heavily tough. Actually going to catch Donghak out of position. Donghak was waiting above the car just to stop it from moving on forward. Fully charged beams. Out come the Immortality Fields up towards the back. Zest is getting some trouble from behind. We didn't expect a flanking maneuver, but Alpha Yi is quickly able to try and address this one and deal with it in the midst of all the battling. Over onto the Freya. Overwhelming firepower. Now it's just Bernard in a broken down fight, and he's the GOAT when it comes to those.
Yeah, well, Zeta finally found the situation they've been looking for so long. They win the first mirror battle, 1 minute gone, but they're going to get some decent movement in practice and ready to go on the Symmetra. Symmetra is going to be quite important in these mirrors, given that that's how you burn down the Arissa. A lot more damage coming out from Zest despite losing the opening fight. There's also Finn on the opposite end, who likely will find first ult now, looking towards that window early.
Digger tool to try and claim some space. Heading around the outside. Proud going up against their counterpart. Gets one bolt stuck into the other. Freya, but unable to deliver on the second. And so no frags can be found off the back of that one. Finn could get sneaky here. Out comes the bowler. And to try and stop everything, but Bernard's already down. Oh, they just did not put down the Immortality Field quickly enough. And they're going to lose their tank for the trouble. Disengaging via the teleporter. T1. Oh, nasty from downtown, by the way.
Critical mistake there from Finn, unfortunately, and now you have a situation where Pelican might not make it out either. He doesn't lay dead. And what a huge punish. Proud sees him through the wall, sends the information over, sends some bolts over to slow him down, allows Dolak to find the alley-oop kill. Finn, you noted it. Lamp, too late. Window, too late. Doesn't save Bernard. He's waiting on the sidelines in main, looking for a heal, and he gets burned.
That greed could come to cost Zeta Division the entirety of their tournament, unfortunately. Up comes the wall here. And once again, oh boy, do I love pixels. There certainly are plenty of them happening right now. You got to be careful about how the sand barrier is going to go on down. This can be cut off by the wall. Going on forward, T1 getting aggressive onto that backline play from Finn. Has to use the Immortality Field aggressively in their own defense. And Pelican just overwhelmed by the less selfish play of the Vigilante. Baptiste heading up to the high ground now. For Proud, it should be easy. Going up against the pair of supports. Don't quite have the frag and how to deal with this one. And joined now by the Lucio. Proud's got everything they want, apart from maybe a modicum of healing. Bernard should be overwhelmed.
The team is there to save him, though. Proud can safely just run through Bernard and get the supports down. And Zeta Division, despite getting that first fight win, off to a good start. Now it's just been completely slowed. They've capped, but they're getting a bit of a minor spawn camp situation. Note the TP play here. Diet can easily travel back to the high ground via ZTP. While Proud plays the off angle just for a little bit of extra poke. 3 minutes is still plenty to play through. But Zeta need to find themselves on the move on in short order. They want to actually finish this map.
Yep, 2.5 extra minutes. A Bola on the backside. And the window ready to go from Finn as well. Hoping that it doesn't come too late this time. Did Flora just get a turret bombed? Where did Bola go?
Somebody dropped some damage to the floor and he's gone. Finn's going to blow through on the window anyway, and I think T1 looks like they just want to give some space up, but they have their own window available. They're not even giving up that much space. Proud is still off angling. And Zeta have yet to be able to push him away. Yeah, there we go. Finally landing some damage.
Manufacturing this crunch. And now Zeta Division, we're kind of caught underneath. Ooh, rolling on forward. Oh, Flora on the off angle here. Does not have a bowler, but can lay down plenty of damage. Forcing a disengage here from T1. We're going to have to wait at the top of the cave. Tries to turn it around now with the amplification matrix for damage. Too much for Flora to deal with. That double damage bat is not to be underestimated. A rotation of a high ground now.
Swap sides where we flipped the map, but unfortunately Flora's going to respawn on the wrong side, or is he? Because he can now potentially off angle himself. TP in from Dog and try and go for the chase. It's going to be Finn the target.
Mortality field broken. Still everyone else manages to escape from the terror search. Might well have actually been booped out of it by Velucio, looking for a little greedy bit of extra damage. Burnout with only 106 HP. That don't last for long when faced with all the arrayed might of T1. And yeah, as you said, they knew about Flora on the off angle, so they decided to go fast.
Even on the fadeaway there, Proud will just send a parting bolt shot into Flora's behind as he gets back to his own team. Then Division now really struggling for time. Less than a minute 30 to play through. Unlikely for them to finish the entire map now, given they've still yet to push through significantly onto B through the tunnels and even threaten a cap. Best they can do is an OT both sides for BNC.
It's not a position you want to be in, but you didn't want to be down 3-0 either, so you've got to make do with what you've got. Donghag into the back, Terror Surge ready to go right here. Out comes the Sound Barrier to give additional cushion to all of Zeta Division as they roll on forward. A pair of bowlers, Flora falls on down for their efforts. 52 seconds remain, and Zeta Division are once more disintegrated by the T1 defense.
You know, it's a bad look when unfortunately Flora's not even hitting shots onto Symmetra turrets, which are completely still, by the way. Not a good look for Zeta Division. Finn going down early again. First pick on the bat, not even a lamp to save his own life. Zeta find themselves in consistent 4v5, low number situations, no time now at all, and a single wall to play through, perhaps the window from Finn once he finds it, but up against 3 big ultras from T1, most notably the Sound Barrier.
Flora feels a little shaky. Overwhelmed, taken out in the air by Proud. Booped up to the sky. And that's going to be already... Oh my goodness. Proud is so nasty, man. An absolute rancid performance coming through from Freya. And it feels like there's a little mercy that's on the calendar right now for the side of T1. And you still have the Terror Surge ready to go. Bernard's almost earned their own here in overtime, though. It's overwhelming. See Bernard spinning in disbelief. In despair and despondence, Zeta Division are halted so early on their push.
Meanwhile, Donghag, he's spinning in celebration. A Terror Surge to end things out for T1, and only a celebratory manner. There's no one left on Zeta who's going to be alive to receive it. Finn ults from spawn in the last second of that, by the way. How quickly he goes down. Once again, another opening pick from Proud. Double bolts in, and Finn doesn't even deploy the lamp early enough to save his own life. Sees the second bolt hit himself and needs to try and deploy straight away to live. Didn't end up happening. He goes down. That's all she wrote. Another 4 versus 5. Another situation where they're going to get ult counted in terms of how many ults are on board. 41 compared to Zeta. Lack of members alive. Bernard's trying to do his best, and Bernard's having some good individual moments, but the supporting cast around Bernard is falling to pieces on the Shambali and in this semi-final.
I finally see what the propaganda was trying to show me before. I wasn't a believer, but I'm starting to get there. The Freya really seems to be where Proud is showing some utter dominance. Still, this is a pretty defensively favored point, in my opinion. We could have another map in this series yet.
A is where the magic has to happen. Zeta, they're going to need a full hold on A. If they cannot full hold on A, they are going to lose the map. I do not see a scenario for T1 to not finish B, given the amount of time in totality that they're going to have. And the lack of distance that Zeta got on B, it's far too easy for a team like T1. So it has to be an A hold or nothing for Zeta to bring us into at least one map in a potential reverse sweep scenario for them.
It's a tall order. Someone's got to fill it. And Zeta are hoping they're going to be that lucky chef who tries to cook this one up. The rotation up through the stairs. What we may come to expect, could it be a double pump there right here? Still trying to keep some mystery to it, RT1. Waiting to see how Zeta Division respond, and then choose their course of action. Big TP play. Going around the outside, they managed to find the Baptiste. They managed to already knock him out of the Immortality field. Finn's the main target, and the main target's been destroyed. A missile strike from on high. The Sword of Damocles falls down on the throat of the backline, and T1 just scuppers Zeta.
And this time he does place a lamp, but unfortunately he just gets pushed out of it. You have a close range scenario where you see Donghak's POV, spare in hand, and a spin in there as well. And nothing Finn can really do beyond that. You've never seen a Bappa die so quickly. The hero that often people meme about as having 2 immortalities. Well, you might need 3 if you're Finn, because currently it's not enough to survive against T1. How fast that fight went, and we're already into a potential to cap A. And like I said, if A is gone, Zeta is out.
Magic on the off angle. That could be what Flora brings to this fight. Quick rotation up to high ground, and then already you can see that Finn continually gets taxed. Always the main target. Ready to build up towards that. Oh, the full photon beam. Out comes the window, and now you've got to play catch up on the cart as well. It's already moving. Bernard's going to be one that puts himself on the line to try and do this, but I don't know if healing's going to be there. Finn's going to be getting so much attention in the back. Right click after right click into Bernard, and well, for Zeta Division, it looks like they're not going to make it out of beta.
It looks like they have completely fallen apart, and now Zeta Division, any semblance of life is gone. We're looking at a Husker Zeta Division that is not going to make it to a grand final. They have so close in the past smelled, tasted, and touched that first place, but now in stage 2, a 3rd place at best to still even qualify for mid-season champs, which they got to last year. Proud on the off angle to finish things off. A couple of ultimates to play through. One more fight for T1 to win.
Okay, from back here, Finn has a commanding view of all of this. Out comes a Terror Surge. The impact could be too much. Finn's been sent so far away. Doesn't have much HP to work with. And now Bernard trying to strike on back here. Finn's fallen down. Donghak's gone. And guess what? It's proud. It's always been proud. No matter what you see, no matter what you say, he stands tall and proud for T1, who continue their pedigree as an organization, take themselves to a finals, and take themselves to mid-season.
Take themselves to a first-time top 2 as well. T1 have never had this level of success in Overwatch in terms of this particular roster, whether they were Yeti or Fnatic, and now is T1 in 2025. Finally, the first seed coming through from the seeding decided matches. They're now clearly the favorite in Korea to take the entire thing and win it all and represent the region as the first seed out of Korea at mid-season in Riyadh in just a month or so. But for Zeta Division, another heartbreak ending. Such a good performance yesterday versus Onside, a team they easily dispatched enough today, finding themselves on the opposite side of the coin. When it flips tails, they are themselves on the 0 side of the 0 and 4 exchange, and an unfortunate finish where things just got uglier and uglier and uglier. You get to New Junk City, things are looking okay for this team, but beyond that, once Runasapi came around, and then once especially Shambali came around, and that's the particular part that worries you about Zeta. If they can't even win the Orisa meta, their composition that they know the best how to play, then things are gonna be rough. They're not out of the tournament. They can still play through the 3rd and 4th place position where they need to win 3rd to go to EWC. But for now, it's all about T1 on their way to potential 1st place. Donghak leading the way on the ball, on the Orisa, on the Hazard, and anything else he would like to bring to the table. This guy is starting to look like a complete tank, the whole package.
Shio Nation in shambles right now. Donghak delivering, and to get the player of the match going up against the avatar of Orisa as well. In the midst of a powerful Orisa meta is certainly a huge feather in the cap of Donghak. Performing so well today. I thought that maybe the Downpours were having trouble finding value over on New Junk City at the beginning, but the adaptation to get more out of the Downpours as to when they were coming out in the fights, great heads-up play from Donghak. And of course, we all know that Donghak's ball is like the one and only. Brother's the best ball player in the world and continuously proved it. Still didn't catch those target bans, mind you. And for Zeta Division, maybe that's where it's sad. It's like you had these opportunities to potentially shut down Donghak's hero pool, but instead you instead tried to shut down things like the Venture. And didn't work out as well because Donghak was just free to do whatever he liked.
Junbin's out there still, you know, historically for a couple of years now has been the best ball player, but hasn't been able to really make the ball work in many of these same scenarios for Crazy Raccoon. Really an eye-opener to be seeing T1 making the ball work via Donk and via the rest of the team. Zest even coming through on the venture to get the team play as well. Something that we noted was very good on Runasapi. And when you look at Crazy Raccoon, who are coming up next, it's just so strange that previously the best dive team in the world, who also had the best ball, they're just not able to do the same at all. And you're looking at T1 now, where maybe we are going to get a T1 versus Crazy Raccoon final. Maybe we're going to get a T1 versus AGG final, depending on who wins next. Before we get to the next match, let's take a look at where Dolak is standing at the interview podium, ready for some final thoughts after that match win.
오늘의 첫 번째 경기 T1이 4대 0으로 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
이럴 수가 있나요? 야, 오늘의 BOTM은 동학 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 제타가 들어 누우면 바로 일으켜 세워서 승리까지 쟁취해 나갔습니다. 오늘 이제 세미파이널을 끝내고 파이널로 직행하게 됐고요. MSC도 확정이 됐는데요. 경기 소감 한번 들어볼까요?
한 판 이기면 한 판 지면 바로 탈락이라.
So the question is, Dongak, you're the player of the match. How do you feel about the game?
이기게 돼서 사우디 진출도 하고 엄청 좋은 것 같습니다.
Donghak responds, I was nervous because I was eliminated immediately after losing. I guess thinking about T1 being eliminated in this single elim bracket. But he's glad that he's won and glad they've made it to EWC.
빈 선수를 많이 괴롭혔는데.
Of course, if they were eliminated, if they lost today's game in the semi-final, they would have to play the third, fourth place match tomorrow, where still a possibility to qualify to mid-season, would certainly just be more difficult. Next question. Donghak's wrecking ball play was quite good, and his answer is, yeah, he was harassing Finn a lot.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And we saw that.
Finn got kind of cyberbullied by Proud, by Zest, by Donghak. Needs a third immortality.
He says, I told him that I would harass him in the bathroom before the game, and Finn said, go ahead and do it. Well,
he did it.
Get the trash talk going in the bathroom.
Slides over a urinal.
If he wants to take it to one extra level, you know, take some inspiration from the old Owl days and give him a quick little DP iron shoulder check on the way to the bathroom as well.
Real Alphas do it while they're using the bathroom.
Question, you played plenty of heroes, a variety of heroes. What's your secret? He says, I just split my time to practice multiple heroes, so I had more time to invest into myself, so I had a lot of time to practice, and we're seeing that now. I think Donghak might actually be one of the most flexible tanks in the world currently in Stage 2 2025.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Donghak looking very good on the Hazard as well, and also being able to match up on Orisa versus Orisa. Next question is, as the game progressed, the play got better, and the cooperation with Venture got better. I imagine asking about the nature of Venture cooperation.
너 그냥 대상역이다. 진짜 과감하게 해라. 박으면서 해야 는다. 그러면서 제이스 선수가 박으면서 하더니 감도 잘 잡고 엄청 잘해줬어요 지금은.
Donghak replies that I tried to keep in sync with Zest and change Zest's playing style. Zest said, you're faker, so I asked you to be bold, and you did well. I guess just trying to make Zest play more confidently.
I think he's saying to Zest that Zest is faker.
Yeah.
제가 좀 많이 하는 것 같고.
There seems to be a lot of commentary from the team so far that they all hold Zest in high regard, and honestly, Zest is playing quite good.
Yeah.
Question is, who directs the match tactics? This would be funny if Donghak doesn't say one of the coaches. He says, this is mainly done by player skewed and vigilante. Maybe this is what we're talking about in-game here, which makes a lot of sense.
Tactics versus strategy, you know?
보는 게 달랐어요. 그래서 제가 제이스 선수한테 한마디 했습니다.
Next question is, how do you usually play when your call is off? As in, like, as if a tactical call was bad, I assume?
이렇게 네 그렇습니다. 조용히 해라고 기강을 간단히 잡아서 이렇게 4대0까지 승리로 왔던 것 같습니다. 말씀을 하고 싶으시면 POTM에 오시면 돼요. 이렇게 동아씨처럼 그렇습니다. 자 그리고 냉철한 분석 타임이 찾아왔어요. 다음 경기 어떤 팀이 이길까요?
He says when Zest and Cole, he strongly tells him to be quite. Cole might be referring to. Not too sure actually.
Now,
Assistant coach maybe. Was assistant coach disagree? And finally, which team do you think will win the next game? And he says he believes Crazy Raccoon will win 4-1 versus AGG. Well, we'll see if Dongak's prediction ends up coming true. After we come back, Crazy Raccoon take on AGG for the final spot into the grand finals. See you after the break.
오리 보면 끝이 얘들아.
뭐야 신이야 얘들아.
싸우자 가보자.
back to OWCS Korea Stage 2 playoffs. Our second semi-final about to come on board between All Gamers Global and Crazy Raccoon. After seeing the 4-0 domination that was T1 taking down Zeta Division, finding themselves now in a grand finals. The Zeta having to go through the 3rd and 4th place match tomorrow. One more team between these two, Harry, is going to join T1 tomorrow.
Yep, only one team can make it to the finals. The other will be consigned to the 3rd place bronze match. We're starting off here with All Gamers Global. The Way Boys, they finally found an org only after losing Who Are You.
Yeah, they lost Who Are You and Pepe, who are both looking in dire straits. Pepe, who did not end up qualifying through Pacific, came second. Very close call there. Who Are You now struggling on Gen G, a team that has to fight their way through in their own playoffs in actually not that long from now. They'll be playing in several hours from now. But their former team, Way, now AGG, bolstered by Songjin and Jasmine, are looking better than ever. Really, you thought, surely this team can't get better than having the Pepe and Who Are You squad up with the rest of these other players. But Songjin has been lights out on this team, and Jasmine rounding out the tank lineup to play with Milgaru to really give them the flexibility. Speaking of which, Crazy Raccoon on the opposite end, our champions from Champions Clash in Hangzhou, finding themselves as the lowest seed.
That is uncanny. Lower seed, Crazy Raccoon. One of the most notorious rosters in the history of Overwatch. In the post-Overwatch League era, that much is for certain. And we got some pre-glaze going on Junbin, you know, when we were talking about how good the Donghack Ball was. Junbin's name always gets injected into that conversation. Bro's crazy on the dive heroes.
It's more so the fact that, you know, who really is the best ball anymore? I think unanimously it would have been Junbin in the past. Milgaru may be teetering on the outskirts of that conversation. Now you might have to say it could be Donghack because Rizu-kun not looking too hot on the dive. Speaking of which, AGG starting lineup is going to have a Jasmine in, so no Milgaru for map number 1. They want to start things off with a role composition, something in Jasmine's hero pool, looking more towards the Orisa style, maybe even towards the Hazard if Orisa ends up being banned. Songjin, though, I think currently is the star of the show. Aid is phenomenal on that Freya, but Songjin's flexibility on the team, something that was missing with Who Are You. Who Are You, fantastic on the Genji, notably also extremely good on the Tracer and potentially sometimes even the Pharah. But Songjin has just been lights out. He's up against Heesang and Lip.
Yeah, going up against Heesang and Lip, an unenviable position if ever there was one. Jumpin had a little boo-boo on one of his fingers for for this picture. Hopefully his headshotting finger has indeed been unboo-booed and healed on up, ready to try and make it towards the finals. The backline of Crazy Raccoon, though, like, what a bastion of both explosivity. We all know about Shu's Havana plays back in the legends of yore, but also reliability. It feels like Churong and Shu, they are rarely to blame if Crazy Raccoon's having a bad time.
Yeah, surely we saw Shu's performance yesterday come through big time. Well, before we head into anything else, let's go check out the interview between AG coach Dong-Soo and Moon, of course, from Crazy Raccoon.
Wait, that jacket is swag. How do I get one of those?
You become an all-gamer global.
Give me that, bro. I'm like they gaming. I count.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤 감독 문명철입니다.
왜 이렇게 기가 죽으셨어요, 감독님?
기가 죽은 게 아니라 심지수님이 너무 잘하시더라고요. 기가 다 빠져서 지금 너무 졸려요.
네, 알겠습니다. 자, AGG와 크레이지 라쿤의 대결 전 이미 양 팀의 감독님들은 한번 승부가 났었습니다. 동수 감독님이 문 감독님에게 승리를 하면서 50쇼에서 문 감독님이 이렇게 뒤에 가만히 팻말을 들고 앉아 계셨거든요. 이 두 분의 내기 사실을 아시는 분들이 굉장히 많으시더라고요. 어쩌다 그런 내기를 하게 된 건지, 먼저 제안하신 분은 어떤 분인지 궁금한데 그 당시 상황.
All right, translations provided graciously here by WDG for our English coverage. Our first question is, I heard there was a bet on AGG winning last week. Could you elaborate?
페이트랑 그런 얘기를 했다가 이제 또 졌는데 이번에도 좀 버섯머리를 하고 와가지고 좀 장난기가 좀 많이 생겼어요. 제가. 그래서, 네.
AGG's coach simply said the loser speaks and directed the answer over to Moon, who replied that I want to make memories and I lost a bet with Fate last year. I don't want to do it anymore.
너무 많이 당해가지고 내기는 하지 마라.
There's a bit of a lore fact for people. Dongsu, former coach of Shanghai Dragons, who worked with Moon back in the day. So a bit of history here between the two coaches. Moon also adds he was scolded by the players rather than scared.
Naughty Moon.
AGG가 크레이지 라쿤을 상대로 지더라도 오늘 경기 좀 무력하게 지지는 않을 거다. 감독님이 승리하신 만큼 이런 이야기가 있습니다. AGG 자체 체급이 굉장히 많이 올라왔고 실제로 선수들이 난전 속에서도 콜이나 브리핑이 잘 맞는 모습을 보여주고요. 또 피지컬, 팀합, 멘탈적인 부분까지 최상위권의 면모를 보여주고 있습니다. 이 중심에는 동수 감독님이 있었기 때문이다라는 이야기도 많은데요. 선수들의 폼을 극한으로 끌어올리기 위해서 동수 감독님은 당근을 주시는지 채찍을 주시는지 궁금해요.
저는 이제 그 저번에 말했던 대로 그 야이노무 자식들아라는 소통법을 쓰거든요.
네.
팀에 이제 어른다운 어른이 저밖에 없기 때문에 이제 뭐 나 때는 좀 이러지 않았는데 이러면서 이제 좀 애들한테 되게 겁박도 많이 하고 그런
Question is, I think AG's skills have improved. Which did the manager value more, the carrot or the stick?
선수들에게 되게
So referring to is the coaching style more akin to having a reward for someone to chase or having a stick to make them move forward, so to speak?
Yeah, Dongsu appears to reply that they were a bit tough. The team was a bit tough on him as an adult. As in, the players were giving him the stick. I learned from CR's Moon coach and treated the players more kindly. Okay, a lot more carrot coming through from AGG this time around.
크레이지 라쿤은 지지 않는 팀이다라는 것을 보여주셨습니다. 이 플레이오프를 준비하면서 우리 팀에게 가장 긍정적으로 다가온 부분은 무엇이었을까요?
모르겠어요. 지금 어깨가 지금 너무 올라가 있어갖고.
여기 계세요 지금. 네.
일단은 저 어깨부터 좀 내려야 될 것 같아요.
네.
네, 그래서 오늘 작년 초반에 하던 텐션 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
작년 초반
Moon says his confidence is sky high right now.
라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 그리고 또
Yeah, asking about Crazy Raccoon beating Falcons yesterday, and that what was the most positive thing, assuming it is for confidence being absolutely skyrocketed. And Moon says, I'll win everything with the same atmosphere I had last year.
귀엽죠? 네, 계속 옆에서 이렇게 깐족깐족거리면서 얘기는 하는데.
High ambitions for Crazy Raccoon, but that's to be expected from this roster.
네, 아무래도
고마워요. 네.
감독님 멘탈을 부수는 데 성공한 것 같습니다, 맥스 선수. 자, 이렇게 오늘 두 번째 경기 과연 어떤 팀이 승리를 가져가면서 저 위로 올라갈 수 있을지 웹세트 확인해 보시죠.
There it is, map 1 chosen by AGG, and interestingly enough is going to come through as Nepal, a map that we don't see too often in Korea now.
Yeah.
Mostly Ilios, as we've seen, you know, Ilios basically chosen by every single team. In fact, the last time AGG played, all three of the last times they played, which were in the season decided matches, all three starting maps were Ilios, and includes a Crazy Raccoon game that they had, which they won. Again, that was a 3-0. 2-0 on Ilios, 3-2 on Servasa, then a 5-4 finish on Circuit Royale as well.
Well, very close. At least in terms of the match score there on Circuit Royale, but when the chips are down, 3-0 is 3-0. We have seen Crazy Raccoon stumble in the seeding tournaments before and then bounce back in the brackets proper. And taking out Falcons first in that 4-2 fashion certainly is a confidence booster, even if there were mistakes made by both teams.
As we roll through the lineup here, again, as a reminder, Jasmine is going to be starting out for this team. Jumbin, you can see next to Chorong in the lineup for Crazy Raccoon. They're not going to be opting to start with Max, so don't have a situation yet where we've seen Max start on any control map. Typically might come through on map 2 or 3, depending on where the maps land. Max has actually been getting more playtime than Jumbin in this meta so far. I think for good reason as well. Max's hero pool just a little bit more standard, a little bit more viable outside of the fact that Max is not going to be bringing many of the dive heroes, but most of those are not that playable right now. You're not going to see that much of Milgara either, probably for the same reasons, unless we're going to be playing over towards Haz. You can see the crowd is still split here, 55 to 45, even though AGG are the highest seed and did 3-0 Crazy Raccoon in their previous meeting. Crazy Raccoon just have that history. They have a history of winning. They have the aura about them. However, yesterday's performance versus Falcons still left a lot to be desired for this Crazy Raccoon squad.
Yeah, still so much to work on. Really got to batten down the hatches in this meta. Like, as you said, we've seen a little bit more of Max. Like, Max kind of came out of the woodwork in this year of OWCS after kind of being in the time chamber for the previous year and mostly playing second fiddle to Junbin. And, well, if you're going to bring in Junbin anywhere, it's going to be on these control maps where the ball can really get the most value. One player I'm going to really be looking forward to seeing here in particular is going to be Marker over on All Gamers Global. Very much impressed me back on Way as being an absolute lights-out Ana player. Here's our match preview, which I can't read.
Some of it you can read. I'm going to guess.
I don't know.
One of those very English-looking words. Not too sure what they say. Recently defeated CR3-0, which is the history of AGG, which is a very important history, mind you, because CR did not look good in that game. And then, of course, you have Crazy Raccoon, EWC 24, Stage 1 Korea, and Champions Clash champions are a lot of chips to their name in terms of titles. Yet to win a world championship. In terms of losing out in Stockholm last year, they like to be able to fix that in Stockholm again for 2025. However, right now, their goal is just to get a clean finish as possible. As a reminder to the audience, Crazy Raccoon are already pre-qualified into mid-season clash, mid-season championship rather, for EWC at the end of this stage. So win or lose, Crazy Raccoon go to the next event. For AGG, like we saw from T1 and Zeta in our previous game, they need to win this one to get the top 2 to guarantee their position. Otherwise, they're sent into the third, fourth match, where you have to come at least third to be able to get that done for yourselves. As we look at first bans, Freya gone early, which is interesting because that's Aid's normal hero that he plays a lot of. I would have expected that Freya would have been banned from Crazy Raccoon and not AGG.
Fear of the Crazy Raccoon Freya. Maybe trying to avoid a counter DPS ban from Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon have actually played a lot less Freya than AGG. I think AGG have definitely been more of the Freya identity type of team. BAP gone from the Crazy Raccoon side. It means we're going to be looking more towards Lucio Kuriko or perhaps some type of Ana composition, given that Junbin is in. Maybe a dive could be on board for them. Although, as I sort of mentioned in the pre-show, dive has been a bit awkward so far for Crazy Raccoon. Yesterday, it just didn't look pretty. They couldn't even win it versus Falcons. Falcons themselves in a very, very poor slump at the moment. So, is it going to be some ball gameplay to come through from Junbin? We just saw what Donek was able to do. Can Junbin retain his reputation title as best ball in the world? Or are they going to fall to the hands of AGG? A very important semi-final, our second semi-final. One more spot left to grab to enter tomorrow's grand finals to see how we go in map 1.
All right, Junbin's ready to go into the Dong Hack shoes once more. And Shu on the classic Ana.
Did not expect the Queen to come on through this early, perhaps thinking that could be a Winston on the other side, although to be fair, Queen also playing reasonably well into the ball. Ball fairly predictable though, as it is Junbin you're going up against straight away, 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, Cheron's being traded out as well, though, by Aid, who's absolutely hitting right now on the Cassidy. Still, Lip managed to hunt down that vulnerable Cowboy after so many of their supports were taken out from under them. The sustainability was not there. And look at this. Shu under siege. I think the damage has already been done, though. This should be a first cap for Crazy Raccoon.
As a reminder, this is AGG's map choice as well, so they wanted to take us to Nepal. This is the strategy for Nepal they were looking forward to playing the Queen into whatever dive option Crazy Raccoon have. Can they actually get the punish? You'll note that there's double ball counters here on the DPS side with Cass and also the Sombra, who basically gets taken down quite quickly here at the beginning of the fight. Here's Shu. Not a good look for Soldier, but Aid replies.
Wait, Aid is on one right now when it comes to the aim. Bro is chewing his gamer gum or something. going in now after Velucio. Shu next up on the docket, gets booped in a little bit closer by the ball, puts him out of position. And now it's down to Jumbo to try and convert on this.
Nasty.
Lovely sleep from Shu. He's still the same nasty Shu that I remember from all those years back.
And if Shu can play it, he will play the Ana. As much as he says he wants to play the bat right now, they've banned away the bat, putting themselves in great position for the Ana to work through. Maka forced onto the Kiriko here. They're not playing a dive comp, so no Ana to come through from Maka. Wants the mobility, wants the Suzu. And now as Jasmine moves over, still the Lucio Kiriko, good to combo with the Diva. I was thinking as well, you don't have many options versus the Pharah. A Diva swap would allow you now to put some pressure onto Hisang.
Hisang has been shut out a little bit by Aid thus far. Shu caught rotating, speed boost gets applied. Churong just over there on escort duty as already the Deadeye has been filled on out. Out comes Venano onto a Pharaoh to give a little bit of additional sustainability, but Sonjin on the other side has already found Churong. Hisang now trying to deliver off the nano boost, but it seems like everyone else has been able to move on away. Still the remainder of Crazy Raccoon find those who are hidden in nooks and crannies away from the Pharaoh.
And a big stagger now for Jasmine, who has to run all the way across the map. Hisang will just allow him to die quickly. In fact, Hisang could have let the stagger go a little bit longer just to really punish Jasmine. AGG in either case, 0 to 90 now. Last fight, Rush the only thing to play through. EMP got played in that previous fight, but didn't have any real purchase. Shu, at this stage, largely still untouched. I don't even think Shu's died yet, which is a real problem for AGG.
Yeah, Shu's been getting a bunch of care. And some help rotating away. Shu, oh, there it is. Cast the curses. We live and breathe. Aid managed to get the headshot exactly when it's needed. Out comes the sound barrier. That's a lot of extra HP, but it's not enough for Hisang. Taken out by Sonja as they try and land directly down on top of Aid. Didn't use the barrage, but still in the back pocket for a touch later. Aid under siege themselves. 3 players wrapping around on this Cassidy, and he can't fire in 3 directions at once. Maka takes out Chorong in their own right, but Lip still working around the periphery. Lets the point go the way of All Gamers Global. Allows a little bit of a release on the pressure valve.
However, 2 are down here. Aid's only just respawned. AGG has struggled to stay in this fight. They're going to get recapped straight away. Crazy Raccoon might have lost the 10% that AGG have gained, but can AGE even come back in? Lee Sumin caught by the nade, by the way. 1 HP, couldn't go for the sound barrier. This is probably going to be it. Jasmine has a self-destruct, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Now the Baby Diva's going to have to try and keep this one contested for now. Lip hides away. Sonjin taken out of the hack in the midst of all of this. Oh, it's a perfect timing when it comes to the Suzu, but it's not enough to save Aid because there's always the second player from Crazy Raccoon going on to the called target. Lee Sumin gives everyone additional cushioning to roll on forward. Big hack, potentially no. Lip manages to just dodge out of the range using the blink. The EMP gets 3. Hisang, Lip, and Junbin all temporarily without abilities, but it's just going to be the vanilla play with the guns that gets it done. The dual machine guns prove too much for the Hacktress to handle. Down come the minefields, and the remainder of All Gamers Global are going to have too much difficulty getting onto the point.
Final play to come on in. Sound barrier into EMP, but they just couldn't shut down anyone in Crazy Raccoon. The EMP lands on 3, and yet none of those 3 went down. Nobody from Crazy Raccoon falling in that fight. And even in the end, rubbing salt into the wound. Aid on the Tracer, slept by Shu, and finished off, but it starts with the sleep as well that we see in this replay here. And largely, Shu untouched for majority of this entire round, while he sits on high ground, plays the maximum range. Not a lot of pressure coming through from AG to prevent that from happening. Hisang largely flying around uncontested until Jasmine finds a Diva pick, but even still, you see that Hisang is able to get a lot done.
Trash Panda Nation, are we back? We could be back. Crazy Raccoon now going to roll out with the Junbin, Winston, and Sonjin's already preemptively swapped over onto the Torbjorn.
This would have been a good one for maybe the Ram to come through for Junbin, but Crazy Raccoon, they want to play dive if they play Junbin. It's actually going to be double flex support look Chorong on the Kiriko as well. So no Brig here. I think for the real standard dive, no Lucio either. Let's see how much they can get into Junbin, who can likely get punished here, diving into a very, very difficult backline. Sonjin gets a shot to Chorong.
Nasty wrap right there. Early headshot coming through from the Ilyari, put them into that cover. Difficult to try and move away, and then Sonjin just wraps.
The damage coming through from the rivets, forcing Crazy Raccoon back. His first cap's going to go through now. A difficult defense now to push into from Crazy Raccoon's POV, given a lot of buildables between the turret and also the pylon. The pylon healing means that they will be winning all the pokes, and Crazy Raccoon can't afford to just play for pokes yet.
But Jumbin, he's just not able to live. This is the problem with playing the Winston. Even a Hazard here, I think, would just give him more survivability and engage. Hazard is, to me, doing a lot of what the Winston does, but better in this meta.
Ah, you fool. You've forgotten about Winston's anti-buildables perk. It's
He's not even making it to the buildables.
Value.
If you can make it to the buildables, then maybe it'll be good. Currently, he's dying before he even reaches the turret, and that's the problem.
I cannot argue with your outlook there. It's okay. He's getting a little bit done here onto Lisa mid, forcing them off the angle. Marcus got themselves a nice sightline here to work with as well. Out comes Fernando. Not going to be shared out this time. Instead, Age is going to try and make it work with the Peacekeeper. 3 dinks in a row, make it 4. This guy's so bloody accurate, but put to sleep for now. And Orisa just sits on him like a goose sits on an egg for a moment of protection. Not going to be enough pressure onto a point here coming through from Crazy Raccoon, but it's slowly going to start accumulating as Sonjun's gone down.
HGC saw players alive. They saw Pylon for healing, not for too long. Aid on the sidelines with the Deadeye. Can he be of use? Jasmine's back to point. But this is very winnable for AGG, especially with that kill.
This guy's nasty. Since when could this guy aim? Oh, and goodbye, Bob. Jasmine, great response to that. Pops the Fortify as well, by the way, to make sure that Bob does not get the impact and start shooting. Great play. Aid under siege from Jasmine's just so annoying. Professionally annoying. I mean, I know it's kind of my job too. And whoa, Crazy Raccoon and Edge has been stopped in their tracks.
Lip is going to roll out on the Widowmaker. Maybe I thought it was just going to be spawn take, but no, he's actually going to come through properly on this Widowmaker. Very strange choice. Freya's banned, so I guess he's just feeling like he doesn't have better options here. The Ashe wasn't working out for him in the retake.
Try and push this. Oh, that's so bad. That's not great at all. Goodbye to Lip. And Junbin just up against the wall by himself with the primal rage. You may be angry, but you're going to need more to mismanaged emotions to get past All Gamers Global. Trash Panda Nation, it's never been more over.
Yep. We're taking this one global now for All Gamers as round 2 goes their way convincingly 100-0 as well. You can start to see why they chose Nepal. They prepped this one. They get the first map choice, bringing some key strategies that Crazy Raccoon wouldn't be ready for. A lot of teams, as I mentioned, do not play Nepal right now, despite it being in the map pool. We just don't ever see this map. It's almost always Ilios. And Ilios plays exactly in the hands of Crazy Raccoon, which is why it's so smart for AG to say, no, we're going to take this somewhere else and play to our strategy. Put Jasmine in early. Make the Orisa happen early. The clean didn't work out on Shrine. Doesn't matter. Go to Sanctum. Play the builder comp, be very annoying. Jumbin, unfortunately, I think the Winston just wasn't it. He was constantly dead, couldn't even push forward, and Lip couldn't find purchase either. This is where the ban on the Freya forces Lip into a weird spot. I think Lip maybe still could have joined Cass or something like that. And the Widowmaker, bit of a white flag, unfortunately, and not just because the character's French. Crazy Raccoon, another chance now.
Approves in British. Jumpin already flashed. Has to get away from it after using the adaptive shields. He's just playing this in a very conservative manner right now. Just continually playing behind that cover. Very afraid of Aid. And I mean, I would be too.
Has certainly been hitting some shots, and this is a secondary choice after the Freya is banned, and there it is, proven. He's saying, just boops in forward. He's saying, it's like, yeah, come closer to me, Ace. Like, thank you, that improves my range up against the Farah.
That's why he's my goat, you know? Joe wrong. He's taking some damage over here. Age is trying to lock in onto Lip. And Matrace is going to be forced to just take cover elsewhere. Nice flash. Misses 2. Aid? What's going on right here? A dink potentially down to 16 HP. That's already gone right now. And Marcus fallen down elsewhere. This is starting to degenerate here. Even if Jumba's not the one to find the finish, you can always rely on the old Shu to get it done.
Yep. Even on the Kiriko here, Shu. Just as deadly. And a complete reset there for Jasmine, waiting for the respawn here for AGG. Only getting the 8% rather than 19% for All Gamers Global, as Jasmine now swaps over towards the Diva once more, wanting some options to deal with the Farah. Yes, I know we just saw Aid get the kill, but having the Diva as well to shut down the Farah more comprehensively, let's say, certainly on the board for AGG in terms of this strategy. Otherwise, looking like a very similar comp.
All right, Deadeye. Rolling on forward, going to try and potentially force people off of the point. We'll be able to turn over onto the Kiriko here, potentially, and there we go. Already plenty of percentage being accrued by Crazy Raccoon, but All Gamers Global moving forward. The flashbang Shu gets caught out. That's the most valuable play. Oh, Vasusa was a second too late. Lim managed to take out Aid in the midst of all of this, but Mark is coming back with vengeance in his heart, but doesn't TP far enough. Straight into the minefield. Jumbi gets the value out of that one, and it feels like a less than ideal fight here for Marker. It was a little bit of a character assassination POV from the observers.
Shukun holding on to this one. Double support ultimates online. AGG not quite out of this fight fully just yet. So looking for some extra options, forcing the sound barrier to come through. And AGG have no response.
Moving forward. Onto the DPS, trying to overwhelm them. Aid's got nowhere to go, and Lee Soo-min still thinks that All Gamers Global can make it work without all of this nonsense. Sonjin falling low, needs the healing ability to come on through. She actually TP's up onto the skylight, and Sonjin's going to be right up next to him right now, going up against the GOAT themselves. Lips coming in from the other side. Sonjin finds them surrounded, potentially in a 3v1, but Maka TP's in. It's ambitious, yes, it's too dangerous, and Crazy Raccoon is still in control.
AGG just don't have the supports alive. Brilliant plays by Sonjin to take down Heaster, but they can't convert onto further. Shu survives on one. Now 92% aim down. Lee Soo-min follows. AGG have no numbers.
Don't have the numbers, don't have the beef, don't have the time. It's going to be overtime now in favor of Crazy Raccoon. And we're going back to their classic composition that seems to have worked out a lot better for them. Keep the Winston in the box. Do not let him cook, because Junbin's getting it all done on the Wrecking Ball.
And now AGG may be kicking themselves a little bit. They banned the Freya for good reason, but unfortunately they didn't ban the ball. And Junbin finds himself in winning position with that ball. Saw Dongak pilot that to success versus Ed and says, time for me to do it also versus AGG. The one round they lose on Sanctum, the one round where AGG get to pull out the pocket strategy. The double builders there, very difficult for Crazy Raccoon approach, and Lip even giving up on the Ashe, not really knowing what to play to finish off the map. Winston not working out for Junbin at all. But on the two open rounds where he gets to play the ball, you look at what he's capable of doing. The Pharah coming through as well. Just a little bit too much for AGG to handle. The Queen couldn't cut it. The Diva couldn't cut it. And now map one, the choice of AGG falling away from them.
Too many complications introduced by the Pharah, and now it's all on AGG to start adapting, start picking their maps, and get themselves back into this series. We'll see what happens after the break.
디바봐 루루루루루루루 두번 잡아야 돼. 깨고 가 거점 버려.
야 깨고 패 수직 패스 안 해?
거점 쳐 끝.
거점 패 놀 잡아
Back to OWCS Korea Stage 2 playoffs here. Currently one map in the books here between AGG and Crazy Raccoon, going the way of Crazy Raccoon. AGG's map choice of Nepal does not fall in favor for them. They got one round out of the 3. Now we plan for where the future leads for this team now. They have lost a map to Crazy Raccoon, which they did not do in the seeded decided matches just last week, but they won 3-0 versus this team.
Yeah, already Crazy Raccoon have outperformed their previous record against AGG, but now the floor belongs to the gamers. Oh my goodness, those win rates on hybrid for Crazy Raccoon are certainly something to behold. But All Gamers Global, they can take us anywhere in the world except for Control. Where will they choose? Looks like one of their highest win rates.
Last time we
Midtown.
played here, we played Ilios, Survasa, and Circuit Royale. So Crazy Raccoon obviously would have had potentially that Ilios pick last time, and then they end up choosing every other map. So CR themselves went for Ilios, Survasa, Circuit Royale. So we didn't actually get to see AGG when they lose where they went. I can tell you versus Zeta Division, AGG ended up taking us to New Junk City and Circuit Royale. So the first of those 2 maps are now on board there. New Junk City is going to be the initial choice to come on through here. And depending on who's actually subbed in, if Jasmine is still in, probably more leaning towards Orisa. But if Milgaru is in, you actually might end up seeing something more like a Malga. If not, then a Hazard. We actually did play a Malga mirror last week between Crazy Raccoon and AGG on that Survasa, so the other choice in Flashpoint. So we'll see where the subs come in, if they do at all.
Okay, so getting some interesting notes from production here that AGG allowed Crazy Raccoon to have the first ban, despite it being their first ban choice.
It would have normally have been. So they deferred their ban, which is it is possible. You're allowed to defer your ban to the other team if you want. However, it is typically far more favorable to ban first and second, for the purpose of the fact that first ban also acts as a protector, whereas the second ban doesn't have that privilege. Jimbin is going to be subbed out in favor of Max here, which is probably more leaning towards the Orisa, possibly even the Ram. You can see there's the fan card in the bottom left, Max on the Ram, which he actually looked very comfortable in yesterday versus Falcons. Something Harbin refused to play, and I think to Falcons' detriment, I might add. And Ram in general has been quite rare in Korea. A lot of teams do not play the Ram, but you look over towards the NAU side, and Ram has been quite popular, and I think for good reason, as an alternative to Orisa. Orisa probably still, generally speaking, the better hero, but can't overstate how survivable the Ram can be and how good that Annihilation Ultimate is.
Yeah. Crazy Raccoon going to go for their first ban onto Venture, which is also going to act as a protect to the DPS pool when you can't ban something like, I don't know, a Sojourn or something.
I think it's a potential Symmetra protect while also being getting rid of the counter for Symmetra as well. One of the counters for Symmetra, so that would be the likely region. Sonjin has played a bit of Venture, but is still a very niche pick in Korea overall and globally overall. Hazard now going to be the ban choice for AGG. Note that Jasmine is still in, so no Milgaru, meaning we're going to drag this one over towards an Orisa or perhaps even a Ram. Going to make sure that Hazard's not going to be part of the equation at all. Neither of these 2 players are likely to play Diva on this map. So this is going to be a heavy brawl-off, expecting the BAPs to come through for both Marker and also Shu. Likelihood of the Lucio being big rotations important on Flashpoint, so Lucio BAP going to be the choice most likely into Orisa, with no Venture in there. Symmetra, quite a good choice on this one, and then rounding out with possibly a Genji, maybe the Tracer, but I think Genji Sim does sound quite good. Or Freya
I've been
Sim
enjoying
rather, could be good as well.
Picking up the Symmetra as well, and like getting the real value out of a teleporter when you've got a good team comm structure. We saw it work out very well in our previous game on Shambali to create surprise attacks and forcing out immortality very early from Baptistes. Don't know if you're going to have the same space to make that work here on New Junk City, but it is at least going to make rotations a touch faster as well.
Of course, no Mal going to be on board, which is probably a good thing. We'll be seeing that mirror come back through. Jasmine and Max also had a Sigma duel on that 3rd map of Circuit Royale last week as well, which Circuit Royale I believe will be coming through in this series. I'd be very surprised if neither team picks Circuit Royale. I think they both want to play that map and expecting the potential for things like the May to start coming on through as well. But yeah, looking back on New Junk Cities and that kind of stuff, very common to be seeing
the type of compositions I've already outlined, unless like a BAP gets banned or something like that, in which case you're a little more looking towards the Kiriko. And Life Weaver's probably not going to get played on this map either. I think Life Weaver would have had opportunity maybe on Circuit Royale, maybe even on like a King's Row. Ruji Hong likes to play that one on in Sorvasa, but it's like fall out of favor in Korea. It was barely playing it anyway.
Yeah, preferring the New Junk City. Let's go look at some of our cheer placards in the WDG studio. There are certainly plenty of artists amongst the Korean audience. We saw that Ramatra earlier as well. I believe that was a Shambali Monk Ramatra they were doing, which was fantastic. I love Ramatra's base design. Something about the motherboard 24 pins as like dreadlock hair. Damn, that's some great design, IMO.
Connect his hair into all the sockets.
Yeah,
that's what we're expecting.
Powering all the motherboards. Wait, you could run an entire team's PCs off of Ramatra's trades. Sit him in the center. Big LAN party energy.
So I'm looking back on this previous AGG look on New Junk City that they played against Zeta Division. They didn't bring a Symmetra out for that outing. They did have Jasmine playing the Orisa. It was a Lucio BAP, of course. Aid ended up going for the Sojin over the Freya, and Sonjin played the Venture. This could be partially the reason why the Venture ban comes through now, knowing that this is one of the specialty picks for the Sonjin. Although I do also think it's because it's quite likely that Crazy Raccoon want to play through a Symmetra. Question now is, does Aid bring back the Sojin, or does he go Freya? I think Freya is so likely the overall better choice. That's a Will Smith Men in Black.
Yeah, Neuralizer. Me forgetting that I got 3-0'd by this team in seeding. Simply wipe the memories away. Actually, every Zeta Division fan, just look into this device right now for a moment. Just stare into it, and soon the pain will go away.
That's an old movie, by the way. I didn't know that Men in Black is still in the thought sphere in Korea, of all places. As we are sorting out a sound engine
in the back. I see an
Island mentioned. Island mentioned.
Whoa, we made it, boys. Island made the cut. I don't know if we've got any pros or ex-pros in the audience today. They sometimes do pop up.
I see a Jack in the Box Dallas Fuel jersey just peeking out in the last frame there before we cut away. The
one frame owl jersey identifier. Like one of those people who gets like a frame of a map and then can instantly identify it. Those are crazy videos. Yes, got to figure out our sound issues. Wait, that pink keyboard is also very nice. I'd rock that. Is that an Anime Girl mouse pad?
Or the matching pink mouse. Shuana.
He is nasty.
Would be interesting to see if this ends the way of AGG. You're going to get an AGG versus T1 Grand Finals. It'll be the first time in Korea or even Asia history in OWCS that you don't have either Crazy Raccoon or Falcons in the final if Crazy Raccoon doesn't go to the final.
That'd be wild. That would be a new era for Korea.
AGG and T1 have quite the history as well, where T1 have actually not got a great win rate versus AGG, strangely. So that would be quite an interesting game as well. Otherwise, T1 looking very indomitable currently in Korea, locking in minimum top 2. Would be very Philadelphia Fusion of them if they only got second though. So you want to make sure that they can have that opportunity to actually find that first place if they can't. See who meets them there as they head into map 2 very soon. Crazy Raccoon versus AGG. New Junk City on the board, chosen by All Gamers Global.
Here we go. Sound issue has been resolved after All Gamers Global. They want to recapture the glories of 3-0ing Crazy Raccoon in the seeding matchup. We go to New Junk City starting now.
Last couple of choices to come on through. Lucio Bap, no surprises. Max coming through on the Orisa. Jasmine will be going to Orisa as well, you'd imagine. Isang, not going to be playing the cast. So looking towards the sim is what I am thinking about here. So Crazy Raccoon already having the comp that I would have expected them to play. Does Aid and Sonjin also want to do the same? We haven't seen that much Sonjin Symmetra. Is this a TP play or is it going to be a lock-in? It does indeed look like a lock-in. We're going to get a full mirror. Exactly as planned.
All according to plan here. Rolling out who will decide to go around the periphery and who will try to take the pillar and the entrance to a point as well. Already plenty of right clicks being delivered onto Jasmine, but that's easily dealt with here by All Gamers Global, who are just using their teleport. Oh, Sonjin gets caught. I think they got caught on their teleport after trying to make a cheeky play. So now Crazy Raccoon they did have a distinct advantage until Aid just took Shu away. And now with only Lucio heals, Aid is just on fire right now. What a game so far from Aid. Popped off on the Cassidy, popping off on the Freya as well. This is such a messy fight though.
This is Aid, the player that was one of the early adopters in terms of getting really good on Freya. We saw in the early couple of weeks for this stage, the most impressive players strangely were Aid and Probe. Probe now long eliminated from playoffs contention. Aid is still here in our top 4. Proud looking like potentially the best Freya in the region and potentially the world as well. Aid looking to catch up. Lip adopted the Freya late. You'll note that it was Hisang playing most of the Freya early in the stage. And now falling behind Aid ever so slightly here as AGG rounding the band of 40% really soon.
Bola already ready to go. If only you can find the angle for it. Chorong already grabbed out here by Jasmine, likely placed into the wall with a spear and then roundly executed. Aid's just playing at range at the moment. Might catch a disengage. OWCS should try and catch the Baptiste as they're fleeing elsewhere. The Immortality Field gone as well. Good tracking here onto Shu. That's going to be securing the frag. And yeah, this might well actually secure the entirety of the point because of these late deaths.
Lucky of Jasmine, rather Max gets out alive, but not going to be the case. What a huge chase down coming through from AGG and Lip, even just barely there on 1 HP, taking a couple of bolts from Aid, who needs to be a little bit careful. But at the same time, they've secured it. AGG, they're not going to be able to lose any further percentage points here. Aid might go down, but the point goes away of AGG. And look at the also Crazy Raccoon. Because of that chase down from AGG, Crazy Raccoon didn't get to respawn together as a team and actually commit to a fight with new ults.
Yeah, it was a good rear guard maneuver, but AGG, after losing Aid, they did seem a little bit varied in terms of their positioning, to put it nicely. So we just get ran on by Crazy Raccoon.
Now they got 4 ults though. That's the only silver lining, as we talk about the fact that they couldn't use these 4 ults previously to save the first point. Secondarily, they get it now as the point unlocks for number 2. AGG are catching up though. That's the dangerous thing for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah. Gotta have that fear in them. Out comes the Bola. Sent forth by Lip. Don't think it was overly effective in this case. Maybe got marker a little bit low. And here comes Hisang trying to cross this point already. It seems like when it comes to actually battling on the point itself, the advantage is going to be going the way of All Gamers Global. We'll have a lot more coverage here from Sonjin. Lip's already fallen down. And guess what? Aid's on the angle again. Shu's the next to fall on down to the Bounty Hunter. Rolling forward. Max wants to get rid of his squishes as quickly as possible. But while Aid's still trawling in the back, you will never be safe.
Tell you what, Crazy Raccoon might have had 4 ultimates, but the one ultimate they missed was Chorong. As members started to fall away from Chorong, he was still at 99%, just couldn't find a beat there. If he had beat, we would have seen double beats come through from both teams. Perhaps a different course taken for that fight. And AGG now will get the instant flip 25 apiece as they overtake Crazy Raccoon, who would have liked to have seen a little bit more out of that fight, given they had vastly more ultimates.
Wake up, honey. New bowl about to drop. An early Terror Surge coming through from Max just drags players in, but the follow-up isn't really there to try and deal with it. Aid falling low, but mid-air heals from Marker are delivered from his little globules. A quick TP over towards the point from Crazy Raccoon, trying to mix up the positioning of this fight and catch someone by surprise, potentially. For now, though, it's easy for Jasmine to just keep this one contested, using a spear.
He's low, though!
Oh, but it's low indeed. That forces Lucio to roll on forward, using the sound barrier. And there's just so much damage coming that way from the Symmetra. Overwhelming force levied from Hisang. Just burns through Marky. You can see on the top at the moment, just down to 1 HP. A single bullet from Shu gets it done. 92% going the way of All Gamers Global. But they should lose this one to Crazy Raccoon.
So Lip versus Jasmine trade. Unfortunately, losing your tank for AGG just means you just have so little staying power. Can't quite face up against Max.
Not enough damage to be able to flip it back. Aid still being alive is a good thing, but he needs to be able to frag while Lip is down, using that opportunity. Crazy Raccoon able to bring it back. TP past Marcus window, get themselves on towards the point. Play for the double sound barrier fight, win the double sound barrier fight. And now, moving into position to force into a final fighting position for the cap.
It has control of a high ground. Looking after Lip, an explosive bolt. It's put exactly where it was needed, but Marcus already used that immortality field. There's a major bit of resource which isn't going to be available with Sonjin falling as well. All Gamers Global going to call this one early. Maybe look for a last-second fight.
4v5. I think they should still go for this one. They're going to go for the touch. But the double bolts onto Lee Soo-min is going to call the end of the fight. Nothing left to play into this one. Save your ultimates. AGG didn't have full membership. Lee Soo-min went for the touch and Lip punishes Crazy Raccoon. Will bounce back. Despite this going 98% in the way of AGG, Crazy Raccoon now 1-1 on New York City.
Yeah, did a great job making sure that all Gamers Global, when they entered that point, were continuously taking damage and having to use their resources.
Bottle shopping committed early there from Aid. Again, just a little bit of tickle damage and mostly there for setup, but no further damage to come on through. Did force the lamp out from Shu. Make sure that Noel was going to go down. Window instantly blocked out by the wall.
Oh, lots of damage coming through now. Follow-up mostly kept in place. Out comes the Terror Surge there. Max tries to drag in multiple people, and now Choron ready with the clapback so far ahead of Lee Soo-min. The additional HP is making sure that so much space has to be given away by All Gamers Global. And once the space is given, you just have to stand and fight with no HP to work with. And Crazy Raccoon, the ebb and flow, the yin and yang goes their way.
Finding the momentum just when they need it. Still though, AGG not far away from looking at Jasmine and Lee Soo-min having ultimates way ahead of Chorong as well. Despite Shu also looking at window, Lee Soo-min's sound barrier for tempo purposes, you'd imagine so good for overwhelming. TP in, 5-man beat, hard for Crazy Raccoon to keep up with that. An opportunity now for AGG to be able to stop and stem the bleeding of this point early. Make sure they have a 2-1 lead here. Good pullback, Shu's dead.
Oh, Aid demands so much attention back here, but no one saw the Orisa coming. Big Terror Surge already. Gamers Global. They're prioritizing getting control of the point. They clean it up later, but they're not going to be getting too much free percentage.
Just a single Terror Surge on a fleeing Shu who couldn't get away. Getting that back down, hanging with the game here. We saw how T1 was able to do that in the previous match versus Zeta. Finn bullied the entire way through. Here, Jasmine wants to do the same thing to Shu. The big carries on the team for Crazy Raccoon. 5 though, nothing to balk at in terms of percentage gain. That is decent.
Bola already ready to go. Orisa's got that pressure on the point, starting to occur almost halfway through already. Oh, and this is where things start to get dangerous for Jasmine. Double damage from the amplification matrix. Just prioritizing getting rid of that TP while it is available. A Bola onto just the Orisa. I don't know if it's the most valuable thing that Aid's ever done with that ultimate. Coming in close and trying to create some trouble is Heesang. It's nasty in the back right here. Lee Soo-min's even nastier. Rammed down by the frog, and the poison darts are applied exactly where they need to be. You can't metabolize that one, but you can chew through Marker down on that Baptiste healing. But all Gamers Global, they're 90%. Crazy Raccoon, they have to move on forward and try and touch this, but I don't think they've got the options. Volucio's going to try and make it work. Yeah, Chorong's finally there. Sonjamet gets it done with a right click, but how long are you going to be able to survive after using your Fortify Sonjan's here with basically a fully charged up photon cannon? However, Shu's just here, babysitting, pocketing their way through, and Crazy Raccoon should be able to turn this one around. Surely Jasmine's so close to a Terror Surge, doesn't have the HP to make it work. Can Marcus deliver the healing? Seems like it's going to be a no.
Max has carried that one. He was one of the only members alive. Note that Crazy Raccoon went down too. Chorong goes down trying to touch the point. I believe it was Lip that fell early. But Crazy Raccoon still hold strong. Max ends up flipping that one back, getting a number of kills, being supported by a handful of remaining Crazy Raccoon members. And AGG just couldn't get the cleanup. That point was theirs. They had blocked out Crazy Raccoon, pushed it to 99, had more members alive, but couldn't get the cleanup indeed.
Can you smell what the Max is cooking? The Terror Surge, ready to go, has to burn both of their defensive cooldowns. Spear, spin, aim, looking for the bowler. Both of the healers getting under siege, but Lip on the other side takes out Lee Soo-min. Marcus down as well. All damage now permanent. All Gamers Global still in control of a point, though. Lip's still alive, looking for a right click, unable to find one. It's Aid who strikes faster and strikes harder. 2 points to Gamers Global.
Yeah, it's a DPS battle, and Aid and Sonjin will win it out. Sonjin fully charged up with the laser, and Aid ready to receive Lip as soon as he updrafts. AGG, very tough point for them to win, but they managed to get it done barely. Wow, what a closely contended point that was. Now, AGG opportunity to take this map away. They can just get bomb flats done and dusted. Lip with the only ultimate on board until Chorong joins him. Send to the bowler and will catch Maka. Wow.
Yeah, shades of proud. Oh, double delivery to Lee Soo-min as well. Signed for both. That's prime service right there.
Learned recently through the dev live stream that in fact on this particular point in New Junk City there's a giant bomb on top of the point which I didn't know about and probably no one else knew about for a good year and a half.
We all wondered why it was called bomb flats and now we know. What are they doing with that?
All bombs coming in season 17. Let's take a look at how Crazy Raccoon defend this one on the retake for AGG. Marcus got ult coming up.
And Chorong looking to answer any of the incoming aggression here with the sound barrier. Puts out the Immortality Field just to try and keep Jasmine safe, but Sonjin's not inside of its grasp for now. Oh, nasty right clicks. Dude, Shu is a monster.
Chorong with the finish at the end there on the double, and Crazy Raccoon, they counter out Marcus' window with Heesang's wall. And then the kills just to follow. Lip now finding some decent shots on the end as well. He had to slowly warm up into this role. Even for today, into this map, Aid started strong. Lip currently in control. An early pick here would spell doom for AGG on their last approach in 95%.
Oh, big reposition. Should be a touch coming through. The bowler goes a touch wide, but doesn't matter because Lip's in the back, and Lip is doing what the Lip do every single time. There's a reason kid's a legend. 6'7", 8'9" of pure gaming might.
Yep. Good that you corrected yourself there, otherwise I would have done it for you.
Yeah, I was cast. I knew I got caught. Got me.
Red-handed as we move into final point here. AGG still yet to find anything on those last couple of fights. Very one-sided for Crazy Raccoon. We find ourselves 2-2 now. Decent amount of ultimates for Crazy Raccoon. More on the way for AGG in this neutral. Most point control has been taken by AGG at this point with Jasmine already on it.
Attempts at a reversal. Coming off the back of the teleporter marker gets isolated, taken down by Max. Got a Terror Surge in the back. There's so many players dragged on in. Yeah, there's so much damage though coming through from the Symmetry. You can't heal through the fully charged Photon Beam, and the mitigation options are few and far between from a wayward Orisa. Lee Soo-min falls down to Lip, who thinks that maybe it's doable all by themselves. Aid super low. Jasmine starts to make the point, uses a left behind teleporter, but unfortunately is just put into the range of the turrets.
Turret kill to stop Lip as Crazy Raccoon are not going to take this early neutral. Jasmine, the rest of AGG taking control of point. Sonja will finish that one up with a nicely placed Photon Barrier, and with Crazy Raccoon Max on the wrong side of that barrier, Terror Surge will do nothing as he gets completely beamed down by Sonjin. As we have opportunity now for AGG once more to try and clean up this map. We've seen them leading a point before and still losing. Can this marker window be enough?
Heesang slowly starting to take away the safe spaces for Marker. Pops up. Oh, going all in on to the Baptiste, but the Immortality Field is exactly the right time, making sure that they can't be taken out before the damage is delivered. The remainders of AGG will be swept away, and Crazy Raccoon back in control.
AGG, importantly though, hit the 80% mark, so they're within one fight territory now. If they win one, Crazy Raccoon will be put into a very tough spot. So the win condition set. Crazy Raccoon a long defense ahead, maybe not that long, 2 fights I believe. It's how many they're going to have to end up winning. AGG need to make sure that if they can't win this next fight, a fast reset is on board for them. The Lips looking deadly, bowler in hand. His supports to follow through as well.
The bowler, the only ultimate available at the moment as well, and it looks like Lip's going to be striking first, already under siege, down to half HP, but a fully charged Photon Beam coming through as well. Aid on this angle desperately needs a heal. A disengage, the fear of Heesang is real, but Lip gets taken out, and now you need to try and get it. You need to get Aid out of here. Shu's going to try and make it work. Yeah, Max already done. Elsewhere, all the work, and Crazy Raccoon might have won this in just the right time. They might only need one fight out of it.
Now, there's not going to be much left from AGG. Aid's coming back on a trace and touch, and this is going to be the final engagement, the final retake. Chorong, if he goes down here, be very useful. Sonjin late death. Chorong surviving, and the wall already being placed. in not a great position. Abe can't even reach the point, and it's all over. AGG had one good shot because they couldn't get the point quickly and just get a fight done and dusted fast. They didn't have a final fight. They drew it within only a single fight. They just needed to find an engage angle quickly, and if they're gonna lose quickly, then get one final retake. But no, not enough opportunities there. Moon coming in. Pat on the head for Lip. Smack on the bum for Max. It's a job well done for Crazy Raccoon. 2-0 in the series so far.
The carrot and the stick both deployed when needed most. It was
I'll let you decide which one the carrot and which one the stick was.
You win or you die here on Flashpoint 2-0 to Crazy Raccoon. AGG desperately to come back into this series, and they're going to have to do it after this break.
야 비티버 지렸죠. 와.
Looking all good for Crazy Raccoon at the moment, and for AGG, the struggle bus here. However, I do want to say New Junk City did come down to the wire, 2-2 apiece, but Crazy Raccoon, as always, clutching it out in style. AGG finding themselves not quite at match point yet, not quite being forced to reverse sweep yet, but one more mistake and they'll find themselves in the hole, 0-3.
So let's talk macro here when it comes to the OW Esports circuit. If Crazy Raccoon win, because they've already qualified to mid-season, that means that the spot for Korea will go to the third place team?
Yeah, the next two. Basically, the next two teams that are not Crazy Raccoon.
Okay. So we know that T1's going to be one of those teams, as they are going to be in the top two in the finals, and then maybe All Gamers Global versus Zeta Division. If
it's one of those
All Gamers Global do lose this matchup, they can still come back. It's only 0-2. We've seen more uncanny things happen, but right now Crazy Raccoon, they're looking pretty hot to try. I think Shu is kind of Shu's on his Shu arc today, you know.
Yeah, the bat ban might come on through here. We'll see if it does end up coming on through. It is becoming a bit of a problem for them. Circuit Royale now, which means Max likely to come back in for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Jasmine obviously will be staying for this one. Are we going to see the Max versus Jasmine Sigma off again? This is a repeat of what we had in last week's seeding decider match between these two teams, of which AGG did win. But again, it was hard fought. They didn't win it cleanly. 5-4 was the scoreline on Circuit Royale in that 3-0 series. Sigma battle with a Zarya ban and an Alari ban. Alari has already been banned. Actually, no, that was last year's. Alari is still available to be banned. Zarya is still available to be banned. And AGG have first ban again. And I don't believe that they will defer the first ban to CR this time.
Yeah, probably don't see that one away. Not sure what the plan was previously. Maybe seeing if Crazy Raccoon would give some insights to what they want to play. Oh, the first ban here is going to be Zarya, which also acts as a protect for Sigma.
Yeah, I think they wouldn't have been... I don't think the Sigma would have been banned out anyway, but they want to just make sure that Max doesn't go over towards one of his signatures. He loves to always force the Zarya here, and Jasmine's just trying to keep him honest, make sure there's going to be a Sigma gameplay, or perhaps just a Ram versus Orisa. Keep it between Sigma, Ram, and Orisa with no Zarya to spice things up, and a Freya ban to come through. The second Freya ban of the series so far. First one came on the poll via AGG, now a Freya from CR going on Circuit Royale. So it's going to be more towards definitely the Sojin, could be Widowmaker, could even be potential for the Ashe to come on through, maybe a bit more rare. P-Sang previously did play at Mei here, so that Mei plus a Sojin on Lip makes the most sense. Although, Lip did show a little bit of Widowmaker earlier on the pool. Not quite the map for it, however, he's on the right map now. Can this be the 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon, or will it be the bounce back? We'll find out.
Return to Ilyari for Lee Soo-min. Very heavy poke coming through from the All Gamers Global backline. Crazy Raccoon are going to have to be careful with their peaks, because they're going to be having their heads potentially taken off. No damage drop off from Sonjin either, who's picking up the Farah for this one.
Which has a lot of decent poke. If Lip doesn't play either Widowmaker here, the Farah could definitely do quite a decent amount. Alari Bap for AGG. Very similar to what they played previously. Again, Alari was banned previously. Lucimin ended up playing Ana with the BAP. This time they get to play the comp that they actually want to. Max coming through on the Ram. Not interested in the Sigma duel this time around. Go straight for the Ram. Straight for the rundown. P-Sang on his mate once more. Same as what he played last time versus AGG. Get a very fast comp. Lucio with BAP. Brawl. Get your Ram in. Get the mate to isolate Jasmine. And that's your money game right there.
Yeah, Jasmine going to have to continuously give away space while that wall is available, because you never know when you're going to get run on by Chorong, Max, and Hee-Sang as a trio, but Lip's not going to be joining them. Taken out early there by Sonjin. Ravenous Vortex does drag Sonjin down to terra firma for a moment, using that Nemesis form, and inevitably the accuracy from Hee-Sang is continually keeping Sonjin on notice. The damage coming through, and that forces a regen burst.
61% for Sonjin. You can see without dedicated hit scanner, no Freya as well. Sonjin can get away with a lot playing this Farah. Pylon healing, easily keeping him alive. As long as they play this angle perfectly, Jasmine just can't lose his positioning. As long as Jasmine holds the corner, the rest of AGG's damage is looking immense. However, a lot of healing as well. Not all the rockets are going to land in kills. It allows Chorong and Shu to get very fast ultimates.
Lucimin losing the Pylon. It's a big opening in terms of how much support's going to be going Sonjun's way. Cherung may decide to go on forward with a sound barrier. Yeah, it's all about the initiative now coming through from Crazy Raccoon. They want to overwhelm Jasmine, taking to the sky with the captive sun. It seems like it's been mostly ineffective here from the side of Lee Soo-min. Gets Shu's immortality field down, not much more than that still. When it comes to the raw gameplay of the solar rifle, Max going to try and run him down. The healing's good. The outburst knocks them back, and it's just hopping away with the guard. Crazy Raccoon, they haven't been able to convert.
Yeah, Lee Soo-min just gets healed up barely by Marco, and the two supports will fend off Max, who has none of that. No healing available to himself. Nearly had that kill on the Lee Soo-min, but what timing for Marco to get in there just in time to save his teammate. And with that, they'll be able to hold position. They'll not have to wait an extra amount of time for Lee Soo-min to respawn.
Oh, Hisang was contemplating the blizzard to try and take away the space around that window, but
he had ice block, by the way.
Range. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't respect the window. He did not respect the window.
Lack of respect. It's going to mean lack of results.
Max dying at 99. Crazy Raccoon, no more support ults to play through. They got great timing on the support ults. Nearly want to fight off the back of it. Now it's about time to push on forward. Get this blizzard into play. It should be a fight when it will allow them to cap. They can land that blizzard onto payload at the end of the cap. Hard for AG to contest. Both OCs on board as well. A too far up, gets punished by them.
Yeah, great, easy rails coming through from Lip onto this. For now, everyone just tries to hide away. Oh, the perfect timing on the ice block, by the way. Force out the immortality field. At least using kinetic grasp as well to try and grab some of these incoming rails from Lip, building up over 100% charge. The burst is too much to try and stand up to. The force overwhelming Sonjun's barrage does nothing against the ice block. Lessons learned by Hisang. The respect is there, and Crazy Raccoon cap first.
That's how quickly one kill can land your team into hot water. Aid going down to Lip on the slide away, and AGG find themselves in 4v5. The Flux will delay things, but not going to be a fight winner. He's saying easily saved by his own ice block, then into the lamp from Shoot. But then just finding the perfect Mei wall. We talked about the Mei wall, getting that isolation of the Jasmine. And that's exactly what happens. Jasmine just has nothing to really do in that situation. Can't get bailed out by his team anymore. Sands the lamp that we came and saw. The lamp can only keep you up for so long, as HG now need to contend with B.
Window available.
Can't even walk forward.
Well, going to be trying to walk forward on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Oh, that is an overwhelming blizzard right on top of Aid and Jasmine. And they have no chance of surviving that one. The mitigation simply was not there. Lee Soo-min does their best at a rear guard maneuver, but there should be a cap.
Didn't have to use the window either. Choron getting themselves back into beat contention, and with Crazy Raccoon blizzarding down the front line, surviving the back line with the beat. Wall to block out plays. A final touch from Aid. The wall force out the window. That's not nothing, but AG won't win the fight.
Yeah, this is going to feed over quite a bit of ultimate charge to Lip as well. Last chance saloon there from Lee Soo-min, and all gamers global. They're adapting, going over onto the Ram themselves alongside the Venture. I'm not sure if they're going to keep that yet. A full swap up on the DPS line.
Venture just there to go for the touch for delay. They're starting to spot the weakness here a little bit. If they can't hold on to positioning and win via poke, the Sigma isn't going to do enough for them. So Sigma poke composition on A, on those larger corners with superior sightlines were far brilliant. This time Lip's going to get punished. That's what you need. As AGG group up very fast, jumping on top of Lip.
Big real headshot. Getting a real Lip. Oh, shoot. The Ravenous Vortex is behind them. And the Immortality field doesn't last long against the cleave. Jasmine finds so many supports in the back line and just tears through them.
Instant swap into instant success. Now they can play 40 here as well. Not going to be quite a spawn cap. He's going to be looking for a single target for a rail. Important slowdown here. Crazy Raccoon got through B with no delay at all. A was a problem. C now. A lot of time on there. Crazy Raccoon catching up with that fast B cap. They're delayed at the front doors.
That was not where he wanted that window. That is not where he wanted that window. And Crazy Raccoon, they are taking advantage of it. That's two ultimates essentially wasted for zero value.
Even the Blizzard not really getting anything done for AGG, even if players were frozen on the Crazy Raccoon side. No one's surviving to take advantage of it. So one hurdle overcome, and instantly the payload is basically at the cap now. With a good amount of time back remaining, if Crazy Raccoon get across the line now.
Max in the back. doing a little bit of marauding. The Viking Raiders, they found Runasapi Monastery, and you better... Oh, hey, that's a huge pick on what he's saying. Leaves him in. Oh, it's a little bit too frisky. In front of Lit, for real? On guard? Sonja next to fall on down. Aiden going to try and force out the opposing Lucio here. Showrong, yeah, they're under pressure, but the remainder of Crazy Raccoon are more than able to just keep the escape going. What a push. 1.5 minutes still in the time bank.
Jasmine, not even an opportunity to use Annihilation in that entire defense. The first swap from AGG, instant punish onto Lip, to then go towards the spawn choke. Brilliant plays, but they just couldn't hold their positioning. Punish on the high ground, dropping double ultimates to no value as mentioned. A was their best success. Did a good job on A. You can't win the entire map on that 1 point. B and C just were not enough, particularly B. The defense for AGG largely missing their long-range composition, not finding any more value given how easy it is to flank on B. Once there's momentum for this RAM composition, you can't just be fighting front to back either. You can't just be fighting a raw poke where they can run directly into you. There's no corner for AGG to hide behind, for them to angle properly and really get the value off the damage of the rockets and everything else.
Good adaptations from Crazy Raccoon as well. Noting how poorly the Ram Mirror went. Oh, maybe not how poorly. It was 5-4. It was close. But identifying the weaknesses of All Gamer Global defense and coming back with a plan. And now All Gamers Global, they might be looking to do the same thing here and exploit a less mobile tank to be overran by a Lucio and Ramata in concert.
So let's talk about this plan right now, because it's going to be the Beaver comp. We've got Lifeweaver and BAP on at the same time. The GKNA special. Front to back gaming. You really are going to find it difficult to challenge the Lifeweaver and the BAP in the backline. This is a very heavy bailout type of composition. Fire plays well into this as well. You have Lamp and Grip to save any members. It allows Max to also play aggressively in the front, knowing there's 2 ways for him to get saved and bailed through. A lot of healing here to play up against.
Decent action some business there from Lee Soo-min. But noting Lee Soo-min did used to be a flag support in his own role. Oh, Sonjin. Yeah, you might be going up against the best hit scan in the world. These things happen.
Sang under pressure here as well, but will be able to get healed up quite easily. Crazy Raccoon. Of course, offensively, more difficult to find good position. Okay, well, at least Soo-min can land that. So I was going to say, to get value off the pylon, constantly having to shift forward, but to get that kill onto Heesang, looks out well. That's a positive trade for AGG. Lee Soo-min's spawn is going to be a little bit closer.
1-for-1. Vistasmin Market is solo healing for now, though. Lip gives away a little bit more of his space, letting Max really set the tempo, allowing the Beaver comp to just work its magic, bailing out members who go a little bit too far, but they couldn't bail out.
Not if they get one shot.
Managed to hit that one. The Amplification Matrix's caster is already down. Shoes the biggest pickup you could possibly hope for. Aid blasts out from behind their cover. Now the window is gone, and they have their eyes fixed upon Showrong. The flower wilts, the spring has been sprung against, and Crazy Raccoon lose first point.
And how Chorong has to consider whether he swaps or not, because his tree is on board soon. 16%, now 15. He's going to play through it. I think this composition does start to wane a little bit once you get towards B. Crazy Raccoon just couldn't last. And we talk about the fact that you have the double bailout, that you have a lot of healing coming through from this backline. However, it will not protect you from the one-shots. If a one-shot comes on through, if a window gets dropped and Aid finds that rail through, nothing you can do about that as your Crazy Raccoon. You're gonna have to push back in now. 4 ults on board very quickly for Crazy Raccoon, just waiting for the timing.
Overwhelming force. Sometimes you just can't be bailed out of it, as you said. Out comes the train. Gives over a lot of space, starts generating that overhealth. He's actually not going to be able to use to facilitate a barrage, however, still a little bit too far away. Comes with a bit of flux, multiple players taken up to the sky. Follow-up's not quite there, though. Stymied by the incoming Immortality field. Now from the overclock coming through from Aid. Everyone moves away and up into the sky. What are you going to do now? The captive sun gives everybody some coronal mass ejections, and they've been ejected from second point.
Now, Crazy Raccoon need to start thinking about swaps right now. The tree has been used. Chorong immediately goes to Lucio. He knows it's over. No more Lifeweaver. It's time for the gloves to be off. AGG have speed ran through both A and B. This Beaver comp backline for Crazy Raccoon does not pan out at all on that A point. They needed to delay a lot longer. Max is going to give up on the Sigma as well. Play back to what was working. Lucio back, speed comp. He's saying on the May. Get Max in there, punching away on towards Jasmine. AGG, if this doesn't work out, they may be forced to swap as well, so they need to find momentum right now.
Could be stopped in their tracks here by a barrage. 100 HP is not enough to try and make it work there for Sonjin. Has to return to the loving arms of the healers, pick up a mini as well. And well, the cart's moving this entire time. Avril Fate just hacks the approaches of Crazy Raccoon, trying to move as a unit. There's the barrage onto Showrun. Where did the frog go? They just aren't ready for a fully fledged, armed and operational Farah station.
This one not a moon. The moon will be found at Crazy Raccoon's coaching line instead. There's no coaching to be found in the middle of the game here as Crazy Raccoon have 4 minutes to defend and they're already backs against the wall. Just the shoe window left to play through. AGG still finding decent momentum. A lot of poke now. They can play far back. They can play on the high ground. Crazy Raccoon need to find the angle to rush on in, but if they play the high ground, then how do they challenge the point itself? So their team is split.
He's saying super low, needs some care. Lip on the other side, just trying to utilize this high ground, invite all gamers global into an area where they have the full surround.
Oh, he's got it, he's got it!
Aid, it's an alpha move, and it works on Al! Aid just makes the high testosterone play. There's no avoiding put it for now. Shoe's gone down as well. Sonjin just cleaning on up. The rockets are too much to bear. Max will stand alone. There's no healing behind him. And the car rolls on forward. All gamers global blast themselves back into this series as we go to extra rounds on Circuit Royale. It's only the Venture remaining. Chorong's turned up as well, but he's so far from the sound barrier and there's no time to generate it.
316 versus 137. They've essentially doubled the time. Almost exactly. With 2 seconds to spare. It's double the time with an extra 2 seconds in the pocket just for fun. AGG have really bounced back heavily after what was looking like a very tragic defense. But what I will say, the biggest difference here, A point. A lot more delay from AGG on the A point than what CL was able to do. CL really wanted to try and see if this Life Weaver backcomp could work for them the way it works for GK in NA, but it doesn't here in Korea. AGG knew what they were doing and finds the one shots required, something that the grip nor the lamp can bail you out from. When Aid finds those shots, when Sonjin gets that one hit as well. Crazy Raccoon just falter. Try and retake with the tree on B. Instant backup from all gamers global. Wait for the tree timing to fade away and then re-push in with the rest of their arsenal. And they just never stopped. C was a one and done as well.
Unbelievable alpha play from Aid there as well. Rolling onto Lip in the Sojourn versus Sojourn. That takes some balls, man. And I ain't talking about jumping on the bench.
Or Milgara on the bench. It takes some balls, and I ain't talking about the two ball players on both the teams yet.
True.
Same defense now for AGG that they successfully had. However, Aid gets caught in the wall.
Where did bro go?
Big punish. Remember, AGG lost A before from Aid going down. He got caught by Lip last time. And now, this time, Heesang gets him. However, the difference is there's enough space here with the payload still moving up slowly that AGG can still hold the hairpin.
Yeah, terrible call of deja vu potentially coming through here. Floating away is the Sigma for a moment. Sonjin just using these little narrow corridors to lay down that damage. Continually attacks us. Heesang falling low. Still has, of course, their ice block, I do believe. Good tracking coming through from the Iliari as well. Aid's getting aggressive once again. It's all about these angles, but it's not going to go too far this time, realizing that previous catch shouts have been the catalyst for all gamers global, faltering on A.
Shu's got ultimate already, very fast. Chorong to follow as well. That's what happens. Unfortunately, if the fire doesn't find kills, you're feeding a lot of healing over to the other support line. Big vortex catch into the wall.
These two men don't even know if they knew that he was there. The early sound barrier here, just there's so much space gained, and Jasmine finds herself with no teammates to try and defend him. And all gamers global, they're going to lose first.
You need to be able to convert the fire rockets into a rail shot or something. Maybe a Lee Su-min or headshot from Marker as well. But when the kills don't come in, and Chorong and Shu get so many early kills, so many early heals for the ult charge, it's over.
It is over. And now the gauntlet is thrown, Avril. Can you get just over first point with 3 minutes and 16 on the clock? They did it so fast the first time around.
I'll tell you what, though. Eizukun got what they needed. They got the 8-point capture. Then AGG bounced back with their own ultimates in queue. After Chorong's already expended the beat, AGG come in large. 3 minutes and 16 is very capable for A, but that was minimum for Crazy Raccoon. If they don't cap A, Crazy Raccoon have no shot at being able to successfully defend. This was the least they could do to give themselves a decent shot at this map. Or they play the life of a bat on the backline again, because it did not work out. However, if they can just slow down the game, not allow for this window play from Marker to enable AIDS one-shots, might have been a different story. They're still deciding. They're still not entirely sure. Okay, it's going to be Lucio back into Ram. Okay, they're playing around with their options for now. He's saying, I don't think we'll stay on this mission. It's unlikely. But if he does, that means Crazy Raccoon are going to play even more aggressively with this defense. Okay, I mean, listen. Widowmaker is still strong on this map. The problem is, I think Hisang should keep the Mei. I think they need more frontline presence to give space and time for Lip to make this happen on the Widow.
It's a new look. The Beaver Believers sitting in shambles right now. And already movements made by Aid. They've caught the attention of Lip, and the first shot rings out. Now everyone in the lobby is on notice that Lip's Widowmaker will reign imperiously above it all.
Yeah, Sonjin has to really make some decisions here whether he wants to continue playing the fire or not, as he'll be a primary target. Him in the back line. Max already on the side. Reminder, Max can get saved here with well-placed TPs, but if you're going to play symmetry, you need to get aggressive.
There's a TP called for. Max is going to be using it to disengage. Not much HP to try and work with. He gets the Immortality Field as well. That's major resources used here. But it's all to buy time for Lip to try and find the headshot. Goes wide on Sonjin. Hisang feeling low as well. And Sonjin, how audacious can you get? With Aid going down, the angles are starting to fall away, and Sonjin's going to be getting so much more focus.
It's a few times now that Aid is maybe just a little bit too far forward compared to the rest of his team. Playing aggressive angles, and he's being punished for that one, and that allows Crazy Raccoon to hold on to this defense a little bit tighter when you felt the jaws closing ever so slightly. Aid's death allows Crazy Raccoon a moment of respite here to build up their ultimates importantly as well. Shu so far ahead of the rest of the pack.
Really does relieve the pressure. Shu can bring this out as a little bit of a surprise. And building up towards that fully charged photon beam as well, as not to be underestimated. Hisang's mid-fight damage. Chorong's fallen down. Sonjin's traded out here, but we'll be able to get back relatively quickly. A good squishy headshot here from Lip could end this before it begins. A disengagement teleport on the docket now. Jasmine moving forward, wants to try and get rid of his teleport from the back. Max already has caught themselves with accretion. They might have overextended, but the damage already been done by Crazy Raccoon. Max has put himself in a little cocoon, a metamorphosis to try and turn him into the Crazy Raccoon that he wishes to be.
Time is the problem now. Look at this. AGG have basically run out. A minute 15 left to play through, and they need this cap. They have 5 ultimates, but so does Crazy Raccoon. That's the issue here. And they haven't been able to forcibly push Crazy Raccoon back beyond the hairpin. Lip still sniping away. And a disastrous headshot here will spell doom for AGG, but for Crazy Raccoon, locking into 3-0. They're getting so close to it. Sonjin testing the water there, taking a body shot.
Oh, the water's not fine. That much I can assure you of. An exchange here
he's taking the risk! He's taking the risk!
Oh, the risky play against. You can't test Shu, because Shu will just test you right back. Crazy Raccoon invests 3 ultimates in that fight, though, so it's a good economic trade for all gamers global. They've given up their time bank to do it.
He didn't respect the window. It's like what we saw from Hisang earlier. This time, Aid, he actually slides past the cover into the window. He was safe with his team, but he wanted to take the risk. Here comes the big ultimate, so they lose Sonjin. That's barrage denied.
All right, going in straight onto Lip.
Oh
It's danger.
God.
Just absolutely decimated. It was an ego play, and in the end, the ego gets them killed. Lip has the movement. The rest of Crazy Raccoon have it locked on down, and now Max just runs over Jasmine. There were such high hopes, but they're slowed to a snail's pace. Lee Subin gets their touch, yes, but surely there's nothing more than this on the docket for all gamers global, and there are no smiles on their faces as Crazy Raccoon in the second round refuse to allow history to repeat itself.
Crazy Raccoon once again finding themselves one away from making it to the grand finals. The final boss of OWCS Korea are always ever so present. AGG, a team that 3-0'd Crazy Raccoon just 1 week ago, finding themselves now on the opposite side of that equation, 0-3. If this was a standard BO5, they'd be gone already. And that was a winnable map for the side of AGG. They got so close, but far too many risks taken from Aid. Far too many times he was taken down 1-0, no response. And the final 5 ultimate fight, despite having, by the way, double the time bank that Crazy Raccoon had to play through, they couldn't cap A. Disastrous finish, unfortunately, for AGG. They're getting so close to winning a map. But given that they haven't won one yet, they now have to get a reverse sweep where they have to win it all.
A reverse sweep against the Crazy Raccoon. It is one heck of a mountain to climb, but there's only one team right now with a chance to climb it. AGG start the climb after this break.
A lot of conversations need to be had on the AGG side. You can see the entire team and coaches huddling around to try and find a game plan worthy to beat Crazy Raccoon. Your champions clash, a winner. Still one of, if not the best team in the world. Crazy Raccoon have had a slow stage 2, but they're heating up and speeding up right when it counts.
Feels like Crazy Raccoon, they got a protagonist arc, you know? Like, when the chips are down, Crazy Raccoon suddenly start locking in. Only 2 game modes remain for all gamers global to choose from. Of course, we will get a map reset if we do go through them all. And, well, maybe you could go to Midtown here. Maybe you want to go to Runasapi. Honestly, it feels like there are no amazing options.
Korea default is always going to be Runasapi. I'm kind of surprised no one's picked it yet. Should be the Rissa mirror looking at Runasapi. At this point, if you're AG, you need to start thinking about, do you need to ban away the Max Ramacho? It's been a bit of a problem for you. Midtown the choice here. So, no King's Row or anything like that. Hybrids have been mostly pretty rare. A lot of Hollywood's being chosen in Korea. I think Midtown's been fairly rare so far. But again, thinking back, where were some of the problems? Shoe's been a problem on the BAP.
Yeah.
BAP ban is still available for AG. They haven't banned that one away just yet. Ramatra looked like a bit of a problem in Circuit Royale. Another good hero for Midtown. With that being said, I think Jasmine might need to start looking at Orisa once more. You don't have to play... Obviously, there's no Sigma here. Of days past, you could have probably played Sigma on A, but we're well past that meta now. Brig to come through for AG. So they want to avoid Brig Ana. They want to avoid Brig BAP. But I think Lucio BAP has been the normal comp anyway. Really, they're avoiding Brig Ana. However, I don't think Crazy Kun would have really played Brig Ana, given that they don't even have Jumbin in. Getting rid of Sonjin's Pharah is going to be very interesting here. I don't think Pharah is super good on Midtown currently. This meta has some good value on A and the beginning of B. Falls off very rapidly off the rest of the map. It's just a target ban to get rid of something that was annoying. The Brig is interesting. Could be a protect onto something, but thinking about it now, I don't think there's anything that Crazy Raccoon on the support side would really want to ban away from AGG that wouldn't also impact them negatively as well. So, not too sure about the Brig here. I think Ram might have been a more impactful ban for AGG.
Yeah, especially considering that they don't seem to have the capacity to mirror it. Or, Jasmine doesn't particularly want to.
Just don't have the capacity to win the mirror, really, I think.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. An AGG fan. They're there. Are they praying for one map win? Please, win one map. But,
trying to manifest.
Farmers after all.
Trying to manifest an AGG win. One win. One win, please.
One. We'll take it.
It's not a good look for AG going into potential 3rd, 4th matchup if they're not getting a map here. That being said, Zeta also didn't get a map versus T1. Could be a 0-4 watch day. If AG don't pull through something special, they're finding themselves in a very deep hole here. Given that this was a decent looking team in our seeding matches just a week ago, a lot changes in 1 week. One thing stays constant late day. It's still Crazy Raccoon in top position, looking for opening into the grand final.
Am I weird that Midtown is my favorite map in Overwatch? I love Midtown, man.
What do you like about it? What's your thing? What does it for you?
I think I just like the aesthetic of it. I like Third Point quite a bit as well.
This guy's a map aesthetic enjoyer. Okay.
Yeah. I'm an aesthetic head. I'm a noob. Oh, wow. I do not know.
He is a hiding man, and he's going to push the entirety almost of Crazy Raccoon forward, including Heesang. This is good for AGG, starting on the venture versus Heesang. However, Sombra's got to cause some problems here. Max also playing Diva, interestingly enough, which is a little bit less common on a map like this. You would have expected the potential for Ram to come on through, but it's not there. Maybe it doesn't matter. He takes Lee Sumin down all the same.
You have a solo angle for the Iliari, not paying dividends. It's an easy rundown here for Max. Chorong's falling on the other side, but he's overwhelmed, and guess what? No healing remains for All Gamers Global, even with Lee Sumin shifting it back, getting back real fast on the Lucio.
3 solo kills for Max?
Yeah.
Something like that. 2 to 3 solo kills for Max as he just rolls on through. Speed Demon on the Diva, and AGG, not a lot of response here. Aid shifting from Ashe over towards Cass now. A little bit more survivability, close range combat versus the diving potential of Lip and Max together, but that is A point so quickly gone.
And maybe a scramble here from all gamers to try and figure. Oh, they're going to play the round themselves, yeah. Going to try and match it. Well,
Place one to the Diva. And Ram has got a brilliant matchup into the Diva. We'll see how long Max stays on this one. However, looking at point B, a little bit more high ground, low ground play. Sonjin a little bit confused about where he wants to go here. Just getting the odd shot in there as he ejects himself from the game.
Oh, he's falling down. That's so much pressure that's going to be missing now. Only Sonjin's going to be able to really put down that much damage, and Liv's able to just freely farm still. Sonjin delivers for damage where it's needed the most. A quick speed boost onto Jasmine, and he's shifting around, but Nemesis formulates on plenty of damage.
Aiden on his third hero so far on the defense, from Ashe to Cash to Freya. See what Sonjin gets done on the sidelines. Isolation onto the Lucio. Chorong, he'll find himself in no man's land.
Oh, the EMP to try and turn it around. Great Suzu coming through exactly when it's needed. Oh, the Symmetra can't stand up to these tectonic shocks. Just blast through her high heels, and the self-destruct is avoided by going underground, digging their way out of this one. Lit does have a high ground position that's rather commanding to try and deal with. Aid misses the right clicks as well.
Oh, instantly
they
revealed.
are going to find themselves revealed.
And it's really just Sonjin onto Chorong that made the difference there. Crazy Raccoon stopped up for the time being. Brilliant place from Sonjin to be able to hold Crazy Raccoon back. Potentially, this is part of the reason why this venture was banned out on an earlier map. The TP, though, just allows Max to instantly get on top of Aid. And Chorong, the beat, only catches 2 members, including himself.
Shu, the cloak of invisibility. Deathly Hallow found. And put to good use. And now you can just freely heal up Max, play underneath. Sonjin is standing in the way of forward progress. Look at that. What a play from Jasmine. Might well have isolated Shu, managed to TP away. And an attempted appeal from Max. A little bit greedy to take down Lee Soo-min. They could be staggered here, but there's no time for that nonsense. No time for such tomfoolery. Out comes the annihilation from the Ramatra, and a quick TP away keeps everyone out of its range, but it will quickly be utilized and run its course.
So sneaky from Heesang. Annihilation popped, and Jasmine can't find any purchase on that. You want to see a bit more from the Annihilation. A kill into Heesang would have been ideal. The Photon Barrier was also expended by Heesang. Vizukun are still pushing through. Tailored now. Coming through from the underpass.
It's going to be a big sound barrier. Plenty of extra cushioning for all gamers able to make their more audacious plays work, and their reward here is Heesang. Hammering down potentially of the Diva. No, Jasmine's just going to have the mercy of using the Nano Beam.
I don't want to be taking too much of a risk here on map 4 when you have the reverse sweep. Secure the win, and then enjoy yourselves afterwards if you can actually get the reverse sweep done. In EMP Online, they usually have a lot of work to do here to avoid all this, and they don't have much to fight against it either. I mean, nothing defensively. Sound barrier's gone. Sonjin gets caught, importantly. Could be lights out. Marker needs to be surviving against this as well to even have an opportunity to land.
Marker manages to avoid it a little bit further back. However, the Immortality Field is not there to try and save your tank when they needed it the most. Jasmine's fallen down, and now how do you try and hold all these angles without a Ramatra's bulk in there to mess with it? It's Avenged Mirror, a bit of a rarity here, but Heesang and Sonjin both feeling it at the moment. Going forward with tectonic shocks. They start to climb up all of these features of the geography. Heesang finds himself in a less than ideal position, but manages to dodge away for now. Go back, get some healing, come back for a second there. After Aid on the other side. What a play to get rid of Heesang. Chorong still thinks it's winnable. A 4-person sound barrier catches Lee Soo-min elsewhere. The Molten Core makes so much area inaccessible. Lip gets hot feet and has to take off his shoes back in the spawn.
4-man beat, unfortunately, doesn't stand up to AGG, who, with the back of the Molten Core, will find themselves in a winning spot. A minute left to play through. Crazy Raccoon swapping Max over now towards the Orisa. Understanding that maybe Diva just isn't the play. Sombra's gone here as well. On towards the cast. A little bit more brawly. A little bit more of what Crazy Raccoon would otherwise be used to playing. The window to come in. Heesang also looking at ultimate as well. Early Vortex to slow things down. And this is really their final approach now for Crazy Raccoon to try and cat B.
Aid having to match when it comes to that Cassidy. We saw it on the first map of Nepal, and I was thoroughly impressed. Big Slow coming through from a Ravenous Vortex. A follow-up is there as well, coming through from the Venture. The Immortality Field, it does nothing as an attempt to escape underground is booped back by Volucio, extending the cast time.
And Max, he decided to push on forward. He went through past the high ground into the side halls. And Jasmine says, you've left your team behind. This is the perfect opportunity for me to go in, annihilation in hand. And despite Max throwing the spear to slow Jasmine down, he wasn't to be slowed enough to prevent him from getting kills. And now the touch has to be committed.
Someone's going to make a play here for it. Likely going to be the Venture. With 5 seconds remaining, there's still plenty of time to work. You can see there's actually an ambush coming through. Sonjin knew that it was going to be the Venture who was going for that one. Has the advantage now when it comes to the digging. And you can see that Hisang just remains under. Pops the ultimate, instantly taken out. Sonjin had exactly what they needed. Automatic healing coming through while the amplification matrix is active. Lip is isolated. Booped elsewhere. Shu is overwhelmed. The Venture's getting it done when they were needed the most. They dig themselves to victory.
What a defense from All Gamers Global. Again, we've seen signs of life from this team on previous maps, but they just couldn't close it out. Drunk City, 2 and 3 they end. Circuit Royale, a time bank that just doesn't go their way despite being ahead in the time bank as far as the total time goes. Even looking at Nepal was a 1 and 2. They got 1 round. They've managed to score every single map. This is looking like the best map yet. What a brilliant defense. Reading the Sonjin Venture. Put things completely to bed for Crazy Raccoon's ability to finish off their attack on this map. Even the Torb swap made things very difficult. So hard for a player like Lip to play through when he's on this Sombra. Has to deal with the Torb. Super tanky. Turret's going to be annoying. You have to always consider the turret. Yeah, EMP is going to be great when you finally need to shut down the turret, but can't just uncloak and start hacking somebody away and shooting them down when turret's going to be shooting you back. Took a long time for Max to swap off the D.Va as well, which again, I remind everyone, D.Va doesn't play particularly well into the ramp.
Feels like that was a 5.5 minute hold there, because All Gamers Global, they did not hold A very well. They lost that real quick to the individual dives from Max, and maybe that's why Max was so like recalcitrant and unwilling to swap off the D.Va, because you got so much value in that first fight. Like, guys, I'm popping off on the D.Va right now. I can't go over the Viorissa or match this brawl.
Sonjin now onto this Metro. So both teams, even defensively, he's going to stay onto this. You'll note that Aid was thinking about playing the Freya a little bit early on. Lip is going to confirm that now. He can use the high ground. We flipped the map completely. AGG now find themselves on point, but that means Crazy Raccoon have to approach.
First hit comes for free. Second one shouldn't take too long either. Nice rotation with the teleport, but Lip is easily able to get away. Wrapping over the top. Are they going to full commit to try and chase down Lip here is the question. For the movements of All Gamers Global, especially being down Aid, it does seem like they are going to at least make sure that Lip can't stay in this back area and spawn camp Aid on their way back, who's now stopped with a Freya in their own right.
They just had no cover. Aid got caught by a bolt crossing. And they just didn't have enough cover to survive up against anybody shooting him back. Lee Min, again, another bolt catches. Further bolts now landing. Lip in control of the game.
Oh yeah, he is well and truly in control.
My God.
He's just lipping all over them. There's no other way to say it.
How about that to wake up to on your Monday morning, Midtown? All Gamers Global stuck on A so far. A mirror of what we saw, or rather it should be the opposite of what we saw. Crazy Raccoon completely demolished the 8-point defense of AGG and Cap straight away. This time AGG though, their own attack on A has been quite the stagger. B was where they won previously. They're not going to get to B. This continues for them. They're still yet to find a real opening. Marker first ult now, finally for AGG.
Going high ground this time instead of teleporting directly into the low. Seems that 2 members have been left behind. I think that's Marker and Aid who are still in the back. An exchange of explosive bolts. This does mean there's not going to be too much healing available for Jasmine, who might feel a little bit less than jazzed about that. Just an overwhelming run of Aid. Crazy Raccoon made the executive decision that they had time to go for a 5 versus 2. They might give up the second point to try and make this work. In the back, this is a nasty little window coming through as well from the side of Marker. It's overwhelming damage as well. There was an attempt to try and siege him out of the laundromat, but using this regenerative burst, Shuron gets it done, but it's going to be taken out by Aid in the midst of all of this. There's no real healing for Jasmine, and while it is a second tick gained, it's a little bit too messy.
Late death will come through for Aid as well. He's looking for a 1-to-1 trade minimum. That will at least be good. And Sonjin will secure it on his behalf. However, Sonjin is going to get taken as well. So how long is it going to take for Heesan to get back to point? Not long at all, given that he's Symmetra with the TP. Crazy Raccoon still have 4 ultimates. They're going to get back in there. Strong defense coming on through. Hard for AGG here. Very important fight. Could be the last one as well. AGG need to make sure that they can pull as many ultimates out of Crazy Raccoon as possible in this next fight, even if they lose it.
All right, a crossing of the walls. Out comes the bowler. Not sure if it's made too much of an impact here coming through from Aid. That's going to be the sound barrier committed by Lucy Choron. Cool as a cucumber, not using their own for now. There it is. 5 players coming on through, rolling in onto Marker. Overwhelming force is given over by Lip, and Marker just can't stand up to the danger. Lip was always the danger, and now as Aid descends to terra firma, they're going to be put 6 feet further under.
Asman, the only Terra Surge, the only ult on board for AGG, and they got no time, 30 seconds. But like I said, pull as many ults out of Crazy Raccoon as possible, even in a losing scenario. The res onto Sonjin, quick swap from Lee Soo-min. Just get the fast respawn as much as possible. One last approach. Aid looking for his own ability to at least find the bolts, and Bowler's going to be gone. That's the good news.
Terra Surge gets some value.
Aid!
They need to get onto the point. Aid is just going massive here. Players got dragged in and dragged out of position, and that's where the Bounty Hunter finds them at their most vulnerable. And that they only need a single tick. A recontest here must be off the cards for Crazy Raccoon. They're going to need to hold second, but only for 2.5 minutes.
Wow, the Aid respawn instant onto 2 kills. Brilliantly played there. Blocking, by the way, the bowler shot is going to be Jasmine. They'll at least give the advantage for AGG, but Aid really defying those opening picks for no response. The first real slip up for Crazy Raccoon on what was otherwise a flawless defense. Now, opportunity for AGG. 2.5 minutes is all they're going to have, but it is enough to get to the end of B. It is possible.
Oh, wall in on the Terra Surge. Nice boot there to stop the disengage. Perfect team play coming through from Chorong. Seeing exactly where the disengage wanted to go. And yeah, Jasmine is going to punish Chorong for the audacity to try and assist the Terra Surge. But Crazy Raccoon still hold.
Need a lot of good pushes here. Payload got no distance, obviously. Still possible, even if we go to OT. OT respawns can favor AGG in those sort of situations. The Crazy Raccoon have set themselves up, especially with that kill to Sonjin, into recovering this defense after nearly full holding. Themselves not even capping B, but they're just going to get a better hold than AGG. A late death on the Lee Soo-min. I mean, you just can't do this if you're AGG. You barely had any time to start with, and now you've got less.
Yeah. Undisciplined peak, perhaps, or maybe Crazy Raccoon just making a speed boost play off the back of Chorong. Feels like every time they start getting something going, something falls through the cracks, and it's often at the behest of Lip that makes it happen. Out comes the first bowler. That's going to be Aid, and Velucio drawn in low, and Aid's going to try and make something happen off the back of this, but guess what? Marker's already down. In comes the Immortality field, and that keeps Velucio up for a second longer, and there's still a window in the back pocket if you need it, but with Sonjin down, it seems like this one's already been put to bed. What in the... Aid just tried to make a play onto Shu, and Shu's going to take time to come on back.
Well, they get Shu down, which is something. They need a little bit of bite to be able to get themselves back in. Shu respawn. Note that the Shu's respawn is going to be quite far away. Crazy Raccoon are spawn holding. 4v5 until Shu rejoins them. Let's force Crazy Raccoon all the way back, and lift and taking down Aid. Once again, the hero of the offense. He's made plenty of mistakes this series before, dying early, but now he's making up for it by getting the early picks.
No more TP. The burst mobility is gone. Could be a fight for the high ground, but it's going to be a fight for the objective when all is said and done. 3 ultimates on the docket here for All Gamers Global. Lip's going to come back on the Widowmaker, by the way, to try and add a little bit of je ne sais quoi to this fight. A little bit of panache, a little bit of spice. Soo-min seems unaware. Sonjin exactly the same. Oh, the off angle of the Widowmaker. They're going to try and shut it down, utilizing the window. They've flashed out behind to attend the car alone, and while Lip is overwhelmed, Lee Soo-min and Marker pave the audacity. 2 players spinning, and they're spinning to win. Max is the second to strike, and they strike true upon All Gamers Global as Crazy Raccoon take the series 4-0.
Dread it, run from it. Crazy Raccoon will always arrive the same. This is the team that you have to beat. The final boss of Korea, of course, are going to make their way into the grand finals once more. AGG might have been one of the few teams in OWCS history to have taken down Crazy Raccoon, but they couldn't do it twice in a row. A very nice second seed coming into the semi-finals, but a top 4 is all they're going to finish with. The only question remaining now is, as Crazy Raccoon had already locked in their EWC slot from winning Champions Clash in Hangzhou, AGG still yet to earn it. They're going to have to go up against Zeta tomorrow in a 3rd, 4th matchup. The winner gets qualification to mid-season. The loser waits for Stage 3. But for Crazy Raccoon, despite already booking their tickets in, they can now still win Korea once more, as they always have for many times before in the past. Standing in their way tomorrow is going to be T1.
You're a cruel man, Avril, to awaken fresh hope in the Zeta Division fans. There's a world where they could make it, but there's only one man who will stand at the top, and that's going to be Shu, our player of the match for this one, and I'd say it's very thoroughly deserved.
That was looking clean today. A little bit of honor at the beginning, but as Shu said on a stream not that long ago, he wanted to show the world just how good he was on BAP, to remind everyone that he wasn't just here to play Ana. He can also be the best BAP in the world, and for Shu, certainly delivered on many occasions across the board. Even the Kiriko we saw from Shu, brilliantly played. It seems like you get Crazy Raccoon away from a Juno meta where Shu doesn't have to play the Juno anymore. This team, this player unlocks. And despite having some struggles in this stage, particularly in the past couple of weeks, going 0-3, and I'm not talking about the scoreline versus AGG, I'm talking about in general. They didn't win a single game in the seeding qualifiers for this playoffs. Now they find themselves once again in the grand final, as foretold for Crazy Raccoon, the team that you would expect to constantly be there.
Yeah, we expect consistent excellence from Crazy Raccoon. And while they did have a little stumble, they did not entirely fall. They got up, and it would appear that they learned very heavily from their previous matchup against AGG. The question is, how much will they have learned from their defeat at the hands of T1? Because that's who they will be meeting in our finals. We're going to get our thoughts from the interview with our player of the match.
네, 오늘의 마지막 경기 크레이지 라쿤이 4대 0으로 깔끔하게 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은 슈 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 왕 중의 왕은 역시 나다. 기억 잃어버리지 않았다라는 것을 증명해낸 크레이지 라쿤입니다. 오늘 4대 0으로 깔끔하게 이겼는데요. 오늘 경기 흐름 좀 어땠을까요?
저희 모두
Well,
좀
Crazy Raccoon won 4-0. Shu, you proved that you were the king of kings, so how was your game today?
네, 그래서 좋은 결과가 좀 일어난 것. 그리고 이길 줄 알고 있었습니다.
이길 줄 알고 있었다. 예견된 결과였다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 좀
She responds that it wasn't very good this season, but it's gotten better recently, which is nice. I knew we'd win today.
야, 운이 좋았지 않았나. 그리고 그건 잘 모르겠네요. 그냥
제가 생각하기에는 힐러의 디테일이 좀 더 디테일적이지 않았나라고 생각이 듭니다. 그리고 오늘 슈 선수의 플레이가 좀 바뀌었다라는 이야기가 많았어요.
Why do you take play of the match yourself? He says, I guess I was lucky. Actually, I'm not sure.
We love a humble king, you know?
Well, he actually said on stream a while ago that his goal is to take as many play of the matches as possible on BAP, so...
제 플레이를 말씀하시는 건가요?
Add another one to the collection. A new infinity gem.
제가 약 좀 몇 년 동안 좀 개인 연습을 조금 소홀히 하긴 했어요. 좀 너무 재능만 믿고. 근데 이제는 좀 노력을 조금 해야 될 시기가 왔다고 생각해서 조금 이번 주 내내 좀 열심히 연습을 해서 네. 좀 잘하게 된 것 같아요.
Questioning here. What do you think about your own play?
천재가 노력까지 하면 너무 불합리합니다, 여러분. 자, 그리고 오늘 3세트에 초롱 선수의 위버가 또 한 번 등장을 했잖아요. 근데 이때 인게임 보이스에서
She responds saying, I think I've been neglecting my personal practice a bit lately. But since the results weren't good, I changed my mind and started practicing harder. No, bad Shu. No coasting.
유민이가 못해서 못 살린 거니까 위버는 맞는데 위버를
Gladiators fans remember in 2022. Listen, what do you think about Chorong's life weaver?
자, 그리고 저번에
The hero seems like a good Hero seems good, but I think he should take responsibility for not being able to save, he's saying. Okay. Fair enough.
제가 알기로 감독님이 좀 입을 열 때마다 저희가 지는 걸로 알고 있는데 앞으로 좀 주의를 하셔야 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
What does Director Moon think about losing the bet with AGG last time?
That being the bet reference in our first interview between the two coaches.
He says, I wish the director would be more careful with what he says.
별로 친한 사람은 한 명밖에
Parentheses joking.
두 명밖에 없긴 한데 힘내자 친구들아.
The next question is, do you have a word to the Zeta players? And she responded, cheer up. You can do it, you guys. You know what? That goes to the Zeta fans as well. Cheer up. They can do it. Probably.
지금 T1 선수가 잘하는 건 사실이긴 한데 뭐 연습 때나 대회 때나 제일 잘하는 것도 사실이고 근데 이제 저희 그렇게
And finding a word of determination to go to the finals. She says, I think T1 is doing well right now.
또 결승 가면 또 라쿤이지 않습니까? 우승도 많이 했고.
But we are Crazy Raccoon, we will win.
He raises a compelling point.
10 out of 10, no notes from me.
Asking for a word to the fans from Shu here. They are many, they are legion. They are expectant.
방송에서 말을 하려고 했는데 일단 제가 좀 많이 못해가지고 많이 졌거든요. 애들이 못한 걸 별개로 제 스스로가 좀 많이 못해가지고 좀 졌어서 이제 그런 일 없도록 좀 노력 많이 할 테니까 저희 팀 선수들.
She responds, I wanted to talk about it in my personal streaming, but I think I was a bit lacking. I was in performance in officials. Shu, of course, very charming streamer. Please, still cheer on Crazy Raccoon. It's the final word.
There it is. A fast day with fast results. 4-0 across the board. Zeta and all gamers global. On the 0 side of the scoreboard as T1 and Crazy Raccoon find themselves in tomorrow's grand final. A first grand final for T1 and the core of the players, Dongai concluded, who they've skirted around the top 4 before. Now they go beyond where they've ever been up against the final boss of Korea. As Zeta and AGG find themselves in the third place match where still a lot to play through. Now we normally don't have a third place match in Korea, but given the qualification rests upon getting minimum third place, the AGG and Zeta division, it's not over. They can still clutch through the qualification into EWC4 and Season Clash coming up in just a month. For T1 and Crazy Raccoon, they both qualify. Crazy Raccoon via winning Champions Clash, T1 via securing a guaranteed top 3.
I mean, it's great to have a third place match with some real stakes beyond money. And the mid-season madness, that is all the stakes that these teams would absolutely love to see. Here's our timings for tomorrow. I believe these are, of course, KST. So go to your own time zone converter to figure out what it is for you.
We start at the same time as always, and we will end whenever the game's finished, because we don't know how the games will go. It's been a 4-0 day, but yesterday we had a 4-2. Crazy Raccoon and Falcons nearly went the distance here. And tomorrow, I'm excited to see how far T1 take this one, and if they can take it all the way, because they look like the best team in the region. Crazy Raccoon have been a little shaky over the course of the last few weeks, and T1 have been unfaltering. And as far as that third place game goes, AGG, a first time qualification into a international, or is it going to be Zeta again? Zeta, who have missed out on Champions Clash, but they were there in EWC last year. It was Zeta, it was Fnatic, it was Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon. If Zeta beat AGG, then we essentially have the same 4 teams, assuming Falcons then win the global LCQ, the same 4 Korean teams in EWC again. Or are AGG going to change things up and really just like throw in a wrench into that entire equation?
I mean, it would be incredibly impressive for them to be able to do so. I have no idea what to think of that third place match. I do not know who's in the lead. Like, both teams are going to need some serious recovery time from today after getting thoroughly pantsed by their opponents. But I feel like I'm most looking forward to Lip versus Proud tomorrow. Yep. Like, the Freya matchups have been absolutely exhilarating, Avril.
Well, not too much time for preparation between now and then, and even less so for the rest of playoffs here. We will be calling it a day for day 2 here in playoffs. We will be back tomorrow for more action between now and tomorrow, of course, though. In just 5 hours' time, OWCS has taken on the Ultimates in the EMEA playoffs as NA and EU begin their playoffs journey as well. And you know what? Maybe I'll just show up there as well. So if you stay tuned, I might just be on that broadcast. I don't know. I'll think about it. But with you and me, Leg Day, we'll be back tomorrow to finish off Korea. We'll see you guys then.
쳐야 돼.
아 혼자 가자. 조심 밑에 있는 거야? 찍어 너 찍어 나 어디.
바티 올게. 우리 사.
시민